Jesus, what's up, people? Okay, I think we're gonna jump right into talking to Grid, I think. Okay.
Oh, there he is. Look at Non-Fun. What's up, buddy? It's your first
What's
time on the
up?
show.
I guess, yeah.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good,
You got to
I'd
come
say,
in
so far.
earlier before I'm getting ready to leave.
Listen, I'm sure we'll have time to chat other times too, but
Sure. And we're going to do that
yeah.
debate panel on Saturday, and might be able to pick up some cash, man.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know.
some cash? I didn't know you were offering cash.
Yes. So tell all your friends to come and donate because the winner gets at least 10%, and I'll probably do more than that of the take for the night.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sounds
So
fun. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I just
those super chats coming. That's all
yeah,
I,
I
all
kind of I knew you were ending kind of soon. I know I came in late because
That's all right, man.
I was editing
It's
my
not a
own
big deal.
videos. But yeah, I guess I'm excited because I finally get to argue more about free trade. I've been doing more and more reading on it. I think I don't know if the guy who was curious about my position is still here or if that was the other dude.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
here.
that's
I'm right
Anthony.
here, man.
That was
Yeah,
you.
I
That
want
was
to hear
you.
what you
Okay,
have to
good.
say. You said you were a liberal, but that don't mean anything. So tell me what you got to say.
I mean, I got Joe Biden behind me. I'm a liberal. I'm a neoliberal, more specifically. So like, I'm still a capitalist. I voted for Kamala D. Harris. But there are, I mean, some policies of hers I dislike. I just really do not like most of Trump's policies, and I think his character is also pretty bad. And on free trade and tariffs, I just think that free trade is generally beneficial and tariffs prevent that from happening, and they kind of have usually confused goals to reduce the trade deficit and bring jobs back and things like that, and then I don't even think they're particularly effective at achieving those goals. Like, I think tariffs, unless they're absurdly high, which to be fair Trump did do pretty absurdly high tariffs, um, tend to struggle to reduce trade deficits.
Yeah, I agree actually that tariffs are a stupid idea in terms of economics. But what I'm more curious about though is why is free trade important?
Because of specialization and comparative advantage and all that jazz. It lets you get more things or the same amount of things with less resources. It increases
Yeah,
productivity. It's just really
so
generally pretty good.
barriers to free exchange are bad.
Generally speaking, I mean, there's always going to be caveats. Like, obviously, I don't think we should freely trade nuclear weapons, right? There might be some reasons to have strategic industries in the US rather than in China. Maybe we shouldn't make batteries in China because they're our adversary. We need batteries for military drones. But generally, barriers to trade are detrimental, yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I'm 100% behind eliminating things like oh minimum wage, right? Because that's a barrier to trading your labor.
I mean, there's going to be so minimum wage. Basically, it's going to come down. Everything's a question of cost and benefits, right? So I'm a neoliberal. I'm going to have a presumption in favor of market allocation, generally speaking. But it doesn't mean I necessarily hold that market allocation is always optimal either for, I mean, even the economy or just generally like socially optimal too. Like maybe market allocation leads to an incredibly high amount of inequality, and that's something that maybe we don't find socially acceptable. But I think with minimum wage, I mean, the empirical evidence, I haven't done a ton of reading, just tends to suggest it tends to be a beneficial thing because it just the demand and supply of labor tends to be inelastic for the most part. So it seems like
Minimum wage laws are just tariffs on the price of labor.
I mean, they're a
They have the same
price
economic impact.
floor.
They create yes, when you're messing with mandatory pricing, which is what you're doing with a tariff. You're messing with the mandatory price, right? You're creating a price ceiling or
Yeah, I
price
mean,
floor
you're
depending
creating a
on the
distortion, but again, like
yeah.
if the demand for labor is inelastic, right? Like you're not really creating that big of a distortion, and then the benefit on the other side is, well, like these people are getting paid quite a bit of money, or quite a bit more
Yeah.
money.
Oh, so if there's a lot of money, it's all right.
Well, it depend. Well, if the size of the benefit is bigger than the size of the cost, and that's probably a good thing.
Okay, good. So who's in the benefit, cost analysis department in the government that has the perfect knowledge to be able to make those kind of
Well, I
decisions?
understand the government has limited
Hold,
knowledge.
hold on before you move on. I'd like a clarification on a point, non-fun. I'm just curious here. How is labor inelastic?
The demand for labor tends to be inelastic. Businesses tend
How
to
so?
they tend to not respond much to price changes when deciding on how many people to hire, because businesses, I mean, a lot of times just need a relatively fixed amount of labor. Like you're not actually going to fire a ton
I
of people because the minimum
well,
wage
I find that
increases
to
if it's a
be
modest minimum
absolutely
wage
not
increase.
true.
I mean, like I said, there are I haven't been on a minimum wage arc or anything, but it seems like the empirical evidence just suggests there's not that much of an effect.
I think you will find that labor is absolutely elastic. If I can, and at the at best, you could say that most companies want to get by with the fewest number of people that they can, and yet they don't. And I think that I don't know that I agree with that, but okay. I wanted to understand what you meant by inelastic, and I think you're off base, but whatever. It's. I just wanted to clarify it because before you guys moved on, because I just anyway, keep going. Sorry.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm just trying to understand your worldview a little bit, and I think I'm getting closer to it. I appreciate you answering these questions, non-fun, because it's really helping, man.
yeah. I guess, I mean, like I said, so the empirical evidence for minimum wage just tends to suggest it has relatively minor cost and pretty broad-based benefits. And then it seems like the empirical evidence for tariffs tends to suggest that they don't really have many positive impacts, other than sometimes, only sometimes even, in the protected industries that they are protecting, and tend to have a lot of negative side effects other than that. Like,
Yeah, I mean, protectionism generally causes distortions and problems, and yeah, I agree with that, right? Yeah, that's 100% behind that. Like protections for labor unions, right? That definitely distorts the market for purchasing labor and makes it more expensive for businesses. And that kind of protectionism shouldn't really exist, right? We should get rid of labor laws.
I mean, no. So again, it's going to come down to another cost and benefit thing. So I
Oh,
mean, on
oh,
protections for unions, I think like you can maybe make the case that certain laws aren't necessarily good that are beneficial to unions. I don't have a strong opinion on like the right to work laws and things like that. But I mean, again, like it just doesn't seem like unions create that big of distortions, and it seems like they have decent sized benefits for the workers that are in
mhm.
them. And it seems like that's a worthwhile trade off. And I'll also add, like, there are cases where there might be a social goal that we're trying to achieve, and it's worth maybe the economic detriment or whatever. But for a lot of these things, I don't know. It just seems like it's not. It just seems like overall positive trade off.
So would tariffs be acceptable then in a framework where we were trying to achieve a social goal?
If it was a really good social goal, I'm obviously going to think that some social goals are better than others. Improve the health of people in a country is a lot better social goal than
Yeah.
saying, I want men to be more manly, so I'm going to make them work in manufacturing. One of those goals is way better, so I'm going to put a lot more weight into we should keep people healthier than we should make men more manly in
So
manufacturing jobs. So
So who in the government is in the social goals determination department then? Because there's going to have to be somebody to pull that lever, right? In your system. So who's got that kind of knowledge that knows what the best social goals are?
I'm not going to dispute that there is such a thing as the economic calculations problem or whatever, but like, I mean, first of all, I'll say unions aren't even necessarily a like government thing. They're private actors organizing together. Obviously, there are interactions between unions and the National Labor Relations Board and the government and all those things. But I mean, it's not like it's not like we're completely clueless. Like we can do empirical studies, we can make educated guesses on these things. Like we can develop probabilistic knowledge about like what the trade-offs of any given policy are going to be. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, Keynesians models were designed to be set up like that, where there was some sort of control over the economy, and you would collect information and make decisions based on that. So you're a Keynesian economist. I was just trying to get to what your worldview is.
yeah, I mean, I
So
would say
yeah,
broadly, I might be somewhere between like new Keynesian and post Keynesian if the school like really matters to you. There's probably some post Keynesian beliefs I have, but for the most part, like I'm fine lining up with like new Keynesians, I guess.
yeah. Grid's messing with his.
I get, I hate to interrupt again. I have a couple of small questions. I'm curious. Um, so the idea of unions not being a particularly large impact is very interesting. Do you remember earlier this year the dock workers union on the East Coast? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, right. So let me clarify. I mean, unions obviously raise their wage level above equilibrium, and my point is just that because the demand for labor is inelastic,
But
that doesn't tend to
but
have
no,
huge
that
effects
goes
on the
against
level of
your
employment.
argument. That goes against your argument. The reason that they struck was because they're literally against the modernization of the port.
Yeah, yeah,
Literally, they are standing in the way of technology because the labor is so elastic that it can be shrunk through the use of technology as far as they're concerned. Now, even when you look at the Port of LA, which is exactly the same and has a larger, not exactly the same, obviously, but has been modernized. It's only I think half modernized or whatever. I forget the percentage. It's irrelevant. They'd still hired more people than the people who were going on strike. So again, there's your elasticity
well,
that you claim doesn't exist or it doesn't matter, and I'm curious how you reconcile that.
when I say elasticity, I basically mean how much does the quantity demanded change in response to price increases, right? So like,
Yeah.
Insulin is a very price inelastic good. No matter how much the price of insulin goes up, I still have to buy basically the same amount of insulin or I'm going to die. Jelly beans are a very price elastic good because if the price of jelly beans goes up, I'll just buy gummy worms or something else.
Yeah,
It's
but
very
Insulin's a great
substitutable.
example.
And
Price inelasticity is only relevant though within a specific range, right? So you can distort the economy to the point where people will just stop consuming something and change all of their habits no matter what, or way over consume something if you distort it too much in the other direction, right? So things like labor, right? People have to work, right? That's part of the reason why it's inelastic. You don't have a choice but to work in order to feed yourself, and that's kind of what you're referencing, right? You can, and that's why the income tax is so effective, right? Because you can keep taking from people and taking from people, and they'll still be, tax cattle, right? Because they don't have another choice, right? That's why the income tax is so nefarious. But the idea that when you create those distortions, you're not also doing things like creating a black market where people work under the table, right? When you do things like distort the market, that is going to happen. And the same thing could definitely happen with the tariffs, right? Bootlegging could come back into fashion if we jack up the tariffs and keep them up for too long, right? So I mean, these are all real economic problems, and that's why I said I agree with you on the tariffs, man. I mean, tariffs are stupid unless Trump's end game is to do the trade war to end the tariffs. Then yeah, it's really stupid, right? So I'm with you 100% there, man.
right. So I mean, I just again, the fact that it's possible to automate ports doesn't really affect like how elastic the demand for labor is necessarily. That's not about like how much the demand for labor, the quantity demanded for labor responds to a change in price. That's just about our ability to automate ports. By the way, I think the Longshoremen's Union is fucking evil, and we should automate the ports because I think trade is good,
Actually,
and
I think
automating the ports would.
I think the Longshoremen's Union is stupid because automating the port was going to cost something like $12 billion, and they weren't even going to do true automation. And if they had simply not been completely moronic, they would have created hundreds of jobs that are now not created again. Workforce is elastic. I have to. I'm interested about the insulin thing that you mentioned. Did you benefit when Trump mandated that the cost of insulin be reduced during his first term, so that they couldn't just because they wanted to put that big price tag on it?
I mean, I should clarify. I personally don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was curious if you did.
I was giving the
Because
example, but to answer,
I got you. Yeah,
I think
But
price caps
that's
on
actually an
very
excellent.
inelastic goods are generally good, which is why, by the way, my man Biden also did those. Trump during his first term, I understand, had Medicare Part D, I think, have like a voluntary price cap that only certain companies signed on to, and then Biden, with the Inflation Reduction Act, like greatly expanded that and capped it for like everyone. And Kamala Harris was actually going to cap drug prices even harder if she won, but didn't get that.
Well, I don't know that capping drug prices specifically is necessarily the answer, but what was the answer was to force them to not be able to overprice it just because it was on insurance. That's really the answer, is to make sure that the insurance companies are not paying one price while somebody who is not on insurance is paying another.
All right. Well,
So,
I think. I mean, that might have been.
I understand where you're going. I just.
Yeah, I think what
there's
Biden did was cap it.
There's a better. I think you missed the overarching thing is that there's so much discrepancy, and I'm not really trying to get between you and Anson here. I just when things occur to me while you guys are talking. So,
right.
Anson just wanted to kind of get your worldview and viewpoint.
Yeah, I mean, because you said you were a liberal, and from my perspective, that means you're just like Grid, because y'all are both liberals. So,
True.
Moron. Because he's a monarchist. Thinks we should be under a king.
Yeah, that's a little weird, but all right.
Why is that weird?
There's a great argument for it.
Monarchies existed way longer than liberalism. I'd say that liberalism's weird.
I mean, I just mean it's an odd position for someone to have in the modern day. I guess I don't come across monarchists very often. Is really what I mean.
More often than you think. I have learned it's more often than you think. So, yeah. Anyway, what time is it? I'm actually really surprised that my phone hasn't rang and my wife has not been mad at me and said, "Hey, what are you doing?"
What are you doing?
I'm sitting here talking to you guys. Now I'm fine. You're going to come out on Saturday night and do some blood sport debating. Now this will be different because this will be like 5-minute rounds. You got to get it done, make your argument, move, and hope you win.
I mean, I think I'm down. I'm pretty sure I'm free. So
sweet.
That'll
Bring
be
your
fun.
friends.
You're a smart guy, non-fun.
Hell yeah, I appreciate.
I actually like non-fun. Of all of the leftist goofball debaters, he is at least good faith for the most part.
Yeah, he reminds me of me when I was a Democrat.
Also, if
you've
you want
been
another
everything,
bridge,
Anson. You've literally been everything.
If you want another reason to like me, I don't like the income tax. By the way, I was going to reply to that earlier. Income tax, probably not optimal. Okay, but
yeah,
it's a regressive tax for sure.
I mean,
what do you think about the idea? I'm just curious. It's not an idea about the reality that if we do not rebalance the trade market, I guess the globally. I mean, maybe not globally. If we do not fix our trade economy and the amount of money that flows out of the U.S. versus the amount of money that we retain, that we won't even be able to make the interest payment on what we owe ourselves in the next, I don't know. But I'll probably be here to you guys.
What do I? Your microphone, I think it's glitching out a little, but
well, it's because of the memberships. Kissy Cat donated memberships because she's awesome, and So she donated 5 memberships. You got gifted a membership, didn't you?
Yeah, at some point, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Awesome.
I
We
mean,
got
I
great.
guess so to answer your question from what I heard of it, I guess I don't think it's a reality that if we don't balance a trade deficit that we're going to default on debt or anything.
It's not
Like,
necessarily the trade deficit. It's the amount of money that it's not just a trade. I mean, I understand it. We're really focused on trade right now, but there's so much more to it. The amount of foreign aid that we give out that we never receive anything back from. And it's an interesting dichotomy that we give a lot of companies, a lot of countries money and they never pay us back. But we give like Israel money, people lose their minds, but Israel typically pays us back. Maybe not always in hard currency, but in technology or whatever, where other countries don't. So that's interesting. And Japan typically pays us back, right? Again, not
I don't
always in
know.
hard currency,
I don't know
but
exactly, but like, I mean, my understanding foreign aid is just not that big a part of like the federal budget or anything. Like it doesn't, I mean, even
billion.
if these countries don't pay us back, like we still a lot of times get benefits. Like Ukraine, well, Ukraine might end up paying us back because of the mineral deal or whatever. But like even if that doesn't happen, like I mean, Ukraine still, I mean, they got
Billions of
their
dollars. That's taxpayer money, dude. It's
right. I'm just
billions.
saying that we still benefit from it in some ways, even if we like literally don't get paid back.
How
Like
do we
Russia,
benefit?
well, just for Russia, Ukraine, I'm just giving examples. Like Russia is weakened,
Who
and
cares?
we have
We
military
don't have,
intelligence.
why do we care if Russia is weak? They're not
Uh,
our they're,
I mean,
they're
generally
not
they're adversarial to us, so it generally seems
so
beneficial to have them have a weaker military. Like,
they haven't had a strong military since World War II.
I mean, I don't know what's your definition of strong. They haven't had a military that could beat the U.S. And like, but
Right. So why do we care? This is the
well, I
boogeyman
mean, like,
effect.
let's
We're gonna
say
have that
like
as
I don't know, like
Anson, that's a great topic, is this boogeyman effect. Why does our government specifically always give our society a boogeyman to be afraid of? If it's
well,
not Russia, it's China. Remember, nobody's afraid of Russia right now. So now who's next is China. If it's not China, it's going to be somebody else.
Well, in order to consolidate power in a fascist state like the one we have, you basically constantly have to have some sort of evil demon outside of yourself, right? North Korea does it, Iran does it, Israel does it. All these states with highly
Not about North
centralized,
Korea.
yeah. It's just liberal fascism is all it is.
It's interesting. Interesting. We always have to have that boogeyman. Got to have him.
I mean, I don't know. It just generally seems like the U.S. has been the world superpower for a while, and there's kind of always a
Sure, but
country
why does that
kind
mean
of
we
trying
have
to
to
challenge
be?
us on that. Like,
Why do we?
what? I mean, I guess I mean, in a sense, like I guess we don't have like the U.S. doesn't have to lead the free world or whatever. I would just say like, I
But
mean,
do
I
we
think
have to? Okay, this is the fallacy that we run into, right? Is that on the one hand, everyone says, "Well, we have this soft power that we're supposed to use," which we do have, but now we've diminished both hard and soft power, and to what benefit? We don't gain a benefit, net or otherwise, by giving other nations money.
I
We
mean,
just don't.
I don't know. I mean, I think I think it depends. Obviously, I don't know. It seems like it's beneficial to have like South
Now,
American allies that are trading with us
Ray,
and not China.
let
Like,
me. So basically, you're saying that we are the world police. The problem is world police get paid. Police get paid to protect the streets. Who's paying the U.S. to provide security for the world?
I mean, I would just say that we do benefit from that
How?
probably on net. Like, it seems
How do
like
we do that?
I mean, it lets it like international shipping lanes are protected because of us, and we benefit from trade because of that. It seems
Yeah,
like
but do we?
there's a lot of countries that
Okay,
are.
so is that a good reason for tariffs then to pay for that?
Well, no, because we, for the most part, pay tariffs. That's not really.
Right. So all right, then it would be a good reason for us to tariff other countries to help offset our cost in protecting those shipping lanes.
Well, I think tariffs just hurt us and don't. I think it like
Why?
the
Why does
pass
it
through
hurt? Why
rate.
does it hurt every other? Why doesn't it hurt every other country but us?
Well, it does. What do you mean? The tariffs do hurt other countries, obviously,
How does it? How does China having a 40% tariff on U.S. goods hurt them?
because they aren't able to buy U.S. goods. It creates needless distortion,
They
needless
don't
deadweight
want our
loss.
goods. They don't want our goods. They don't care.
I mean, they might not care that they could be richer if they didn't have the tariff. I mean, I would agree with that. But
We've literally made them
regardless,
millionaires. You're arguing in the wrong direction here.
well,
Most millionaires in the world
it's a
are in
it's a
China.
sure, but it's a mutually beneficial relationship. Is kind of
It's
my
not
point.
mutually beneficial at all. We do not benefit at all.
We don't benefit at all from trade with China.
No, it's a net
What about
loss.
all the cheap goods that we buy from China? What about
We could
all the
make those here.
farmers that export
We
to
have
China? But
all the what?
there's an opportunity cost to
All the
all
what in China? I'm sorry. All the what?
the farmers that export to China.
Okay, that's actually a good point. However, our food costs would be lower if we didn't do that. Plus, we wouldn't have to subsidize the farmers to do that.
I'm not.
Yeah, we have massive
convinced that's
farm
the case.
subsidies, dude. Like the farm bill every year, it's actually just it's
Right.
basically just a welfare program for wealthy farmers.
I mean, so there are plenty of farming subsidies I don't like, by the way. And I think part of the reason tariffs are bad is because typically, like we saw this in Trump's first term, China retaliated by tariffing our farmers, and we had to bail out our farmers, and that's expensive and like
Right.
worthless or
So-
whatever.
So every other country, it works for every other country but us.
I mean, I
don't
told
wanna-
you I don't think it works for other countries. I think China would be richer if they didn't tariff us, and I think we
Yeah.
are.
He's right, Grid. He's making an excellent point because when you create those market distortions, it creates inefficiencies where prior to that they would actually be exchanging
Now,
goods.
I'm 100% for actual free trade with zero government interference.
Yeah.
However, we don't have that.
Well, I don't think you're ever gonna get to that.
Why?
Obviously to some extent, I think. Well, because for a number of reasons. One, we're always gonna almost. I mean, unless some crazy shit goes down, we're always gonna have fucking governments. I think that's reasonable to assume, and those governments are always gonna be susceptible to lobbying from special interests who want to, protect their industry via tariffs, or let's say hypothetically, someone incompetent who doesn't understand economics gets into office and hires some incompetent economic advisors who just try to suck up to him. You're probably going to end up with tariffs in that situation because tariffs, can kind of play into populism. I think I don't think you're ever going to get to the perfect ideal of free trade with no government intervention anywhere. Every nation is going to want to subsidize its farmers for political reasons, and also because they want some food supply in their own nation. But I don't think that prevents free trade from being mutually beneficial, even with some distortions.
So that's not 100% incorrect. However, when we talk about actual free trade free of government interference, that would mean that the government would not instill trade. We wouldn't do tariffs at all. But at the same time, much like back, when things worked reasonably well, ships would have to provide their own security against piracy or whatever, right? Right now, in theory, we supposedly secure the shipping lanes. However, we still have Somali pirates jacking ships.
Yeah.
So I find this entire idea that we are the world police to be whimsical, and it's no longer necessary or useful. And mostly it cost the American taxpayer a lot of money for very little benefit to the American taxpayer. Now, you can say that the American government benefits a lot or whatever, and I'm all for politicians paying for whatever benefit they want to out of their own pocket. But for the American taxpayer, I think we've had enough. think we've had enough. And I don't think there's a justification you can use against that. I think that at this point, the American taxpayer doesn't care about Russia. They don't care about China. They only care about China because they want the jobs to come back to the United States, right? They don't want China. They want they on one hand they say I don't want cheap Chinese goods, but then they go to buy something and the only thing they can buy is stuff made in China because American companies can't afford to make it. Which is weird considering it has to be shipped here. That's crazy.
Well, that's called competitive advantage, baby. Shipping's actually really, really efficient nowadays, which is great. I don't know. I mean, I guess I do think the U.S. as a whole probably benefits from our superpower status, and we probably lose that to some extent if we didn't protect shipping.
You haven't listed a benefit. All you've said
I said we get like military intelligence from Ukraine because they test weapons for us. Like I think Israel gives us military intelligence stuff in the Middle East. We benefit from shipping lanes being free.
No, come on. I can't let you do that. Look, they give us intelligence on our weapons. That's insane. We've blown up a lot
because they test weapon systems that we haven't used before. Forget the name of the program, but they test weapons we haven't used before, and
they don't have anything that's newer than 40 years old, and we've blown up a lot of people in the desert with those weapons.
I'm not convinced that's true. I'm pretty sure they've shared intelligence on missiles that we have.
Guaranteed they have it.
We have not. Okay, so if I look up Ukraine test weapons for U.S., like I'm pretty sure there's going to be how Ukraine became a weapon test bed for weapons.
Like, drones
and battle.
Yeah, well, he's talking about all the defense companies going over there and testing out their new tech as part of all of this aid to Ukraine, right? Raytheon and Boeing and all the other merchants of death going over there and taking advantage. Yeah, that's what they are. They're merchants of death, right? And they're going over there and they're basically.
You're not wrong. I just think it's funny when you say that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the family business, right? Several generations of my family have been in the merchant of death business.
Are you Destro? Are you Destro? Well, I mean, I that would make me Cobra Commander, but I'm not evil.
But I will kind of add, I mean, in a sense, I think you're right. People will complain that all our jobs are going to China because their labor is so cheap or whatever.
They do.
But I mean, I think like actions speak louder than words, and people realize that they benefit from trade with China, and that's why they buy Chinese goods. I mean, certainly like there maybe are some goods that are literally only made in China, but like there are alternatives available for most people to buy.
Do you have an iPhone?
I have an Android, but I have a phone. Yeah.
Well, Androids are typically made in Korea, but I actually know the guy who set up the iPhone plant in China. It's very interesting. But they were originally made in California.
I mean, that makes sense, but
then they started making like a ton of them, and they just made more sense to make them in China. Yeah, which is weird.
It's not weird. It makes perfect sense why China, which has a lot of labor, would specialize in labor-intensive industries. In the U.S., which has like strong capital markets and strong.
It's not
assembling iPhones isn't labor-intensive.
The machine does it. You can't sit there and watch a machine. I promise you could sit there and watch the machine make the iPhone.
Sure. So I mean, I know it's probably to a large extent automated today. Which, by the way, I'll add, a big reason for decline in U.S. manufacturing is not China. It's because of automation and productivity increases. U.S. manufacturing output was increasing all the way up until 2008, when the manufacturing share of employment was going down because the U.S. just got better and more automated at producing things. Like a lot of this manufacturing work is automated nowadays. The country that actually lost the most manufacturing jobs over the last 100 years has been China, because China, you're correct, has automated things. Now, it is still... my understanding, it does require people in Foxconn, Suicide Net workshops to produce iPhones. It's still a relatively labor-intensive thing. It makes sense. Again, if you don't want to use China, use Cambodia or Vietnam or these other places. It makes sense for them to specialize in labor-intensive industries, and the U.S. to specialize in more capital-intensive industries.
Yeah. Well, actually, the main reason they relocated the plant from California to China, there were three reasons really. First, obviously there was some tax incentives there to move out of California, where they tax literally everything, and have a lot of various bullshit to deal with. But also with the way our EPA and other things work, it's just really stupidly expensive to do business here. As somebody that has owned companies and employed people, I'll tell you, man, if you got the government out of the way, we could compete with China 100% and make better.
In
Whoa!
what industry?
Grid. My entire employment requires all of that unnecessary paperwork and overhead. I would not have been employed for the last 15 years if it wasn't for the bureaucratic fascism that we have, right? So
So you'd have to get a real job then.
Yeah, I would. I'd have to like do something that actually was productive, unlike like the 40% of the economy that only exists because of the bullshit.
I'm not trying to get you unemployed, Anson, but maybe you should consider some retraining.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just become a YouTuber.
Yeah. So a lot of manufacturing is, I mean, while it's semi-automated, it's not 100%. One of the things I find interesting is I actually have read a couple of different studies on the effects of automation on industry. And as somebody who's about to buy, I'm actually about to buy a company that does automation, a form of automation for industry. It's still got to have people there. Sorry.
Oh, so I was talking to my chat, but
I got you. It's interesting because the actual job of like putting the piece of metal in and welding it or whatever it is, that isn't done. That's done more or less by machines now, but there still has to be a guy standing there, make sure it happens right. And those machines require a lot of maintenance and service and that sort of thing. So the manufacturing jobs, sure, those drop because you have a machine there, but the overall number of jobs increase because of the number of people that are required to feed the machine and keep the machine running.
Right. Sorry. I mean, I think that's a good point. I think this is actually a pretty useful way to view trade. Is just a type of technology that lets us indirectly produce the things that we import by first producing things that we're better at producing to export them and then trade for the goods that we import. And I think like any form of technology, it might create job losses in some places, but it's going to create other jobs in other areas, right? Like the internet created software developers, even if it automated other jobs. And I think that usually leads to a net job increase. And that's part of the reason that trade typically leads to a net job increase as well.
Yeah, and Adam Smith's invisible hand. Yeah, I took Econ 101 in high school too. What I don't understand is why that doesn't apply, as rigidly to other things that are traded, domestically. Like the labor issues and the things that Grid's bringing up are the distortions in the market that cause the costs of production here to be ridiculous. OSHA, the EPA, labor unions. I mean, there's all different kinds of examples of things. The tax structure, all of it, right? Like it's extraordinarily difficult to hire people in a cheap way to be able to meet the kind of margins that you'd have to meet, because labor is always the highest cost input when you're an employer.
I mean, look,
it's
again,
almost
it's
always
a
the
cost
highest
and benefit analysis, and it seems like, all right, suppose that the demand for labor is inelastic, or even like let's use land, because the supply of land is perfectly inelastic. Under that scenario, taxing land is just not it's just not distortionary, because the supply is fixed, and it makes perfect sense to tax land and collect its rents.
Well, it is distortionary because there's unseen costs, right? If you tax land, people will live in smaller places, and the land won't be utilized in the same way.
Well, no,
right?
I actually think it gives you an incentive to utilize land, right? Because if you tax the value of land, regardless of whether there's stuff on it or not, you have an incentive to develop the land for productive use cases rather than just let the land sit there idly. I actually think it gives an incentive against land banking
No,
and against.
you would incentivize people to abandon land.
Well, no, because what do you mean abandon? I mean, I guess if the land
If no one
technically,
owns
literally,
it, no one pays taxes on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, but like people are not gonna abandon most land in cities, right? Like I don't know you even know what percentage of U.S. land is just like not owned. I'm pretty sure most of it is
Well,
owned.
almost the
lot.
entire state of Idaho, a lot of the West, because the
Arizona.
government. Yeah,
Well,
the
federal,
government.
I understand the federal government has federal lands and stuff, but
No, I mean there's literally miles and miles of land that nobody owns.
I mean that.
You don't really know how big this
Sure.
country is until you drive across it.
I mean, okay, but I mean, like people. I mean, the case where land value taxes are going to be like most effective usually is like cities. It's in areas where people are not just going to abandon land just because it's valuable. That's kind of the whole.
Wait, are you in a city, non-fawn? Are you in like a big city?
No, not a big one. No.
Like above like
We have, like,
500,000?
No, we have 50,000 people where I am.
Oh.
So
Oh, well then what's wrong with you, dude? I mean, why aren't you normal?
why am I not normal?
Fucking hell!
I don't know. A lot of
All right.
the liberal mind indoctrination still got to me. Okay, I don't know.
Well, I mean, usually I can explain like someone's collectivist mindset by the population density that they live in, because that's usually the highest correlate. And so that's why I assumed you were in a larger city.
I mean, there are really good reasons to collectivize land rent. Look, no one who receives value from land is either made it or is responsible for its value. The land predates human society, and its value, in large part, just comes from the surrounding community, right? It comes from its location, which you don't influence. It's land; you can't move it. So there are really good reasons to collectivize land rents. You should collectivize that, I would argue. That's actually probably the best thing to collectivize is land rents.
Yeah, and you're talking about the Georgist model of taxation, and I'm actually supportive of that. A one tax state. That was tried several times, like 120, 150 years ago, the Georgist model, and that's not necessarily bad as long as it's the only tax collected, because it's very close to the monarchist system where the king collects rents from the landowners, right? So I'm behind that 100%. That's a good monarchy model.
I mean, I'm George's in the sense that I do think it's important to. Well, I love taxes. I do like taxes. Okay. Well, I like good taxes and I don't like bad taxes. But I mean, like, I think it's probably not feasible to literally collect all government revenue from land rents because of how the size of the U.S. government nowadays. It might be feasible in certain cities, maybe. Yeah. But like, I don't know. If you probably do land rents,
and probably waste out. That'd be great.
That's a good argument that's a good argument for dismantling the government. I like that. I like that dismantling the government argument you just made. I'm going to turn you into an anarchist, and then ease you into monarchy. That's what I'm going to do.
I don't know. I mean, it just seems like the size of the U.S. government, isn't even really that big compared to other developed countries. I think we tax like 18% of GDP from the federal, at least the federal taxes. In most other countries, it's like closer to 30, 40%. Like it just doesn't seem like our government is really that big, but we get a lot of shit for it. We get roads, we get Social Security.
You're okay. You're going to compare United States against other. All right, let me ask you a question. Do you think Germany is a successful country?
Relative to the entire world, yes. I would say so. But
the developed world. How about that?
Compared to the
do you think it
world,
even belongs to be called a first world country at this point?
Germany, I would still consider them a first world country. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. What are they not a first world country? Their GDP has been stagnant, but they're finally doing some fiscal stimulus.
It's a horrible. I mean, I don't know, man. Look into it for yourself. It's horrible. How about France? Do you think France? I mean, France
Wait,
obviously. I mean,
I
I
just
did.
want to, just for
I
you
went
in the
there last
chat.
year and it was okay, but what about France and Spain? Do you think France and Spain have successful models of government?
I don't know enough about Spain. France, I think is. I mean, I would still probably consider them first world, but I don't think France is particularly great. I
Okay,
will add
what
though,
is a good
Germany
success?
has a balanced budget and a trade surplus, and it's surprising that you don't think that makes a great country. Because that's what Trump wants—a
Well, that's
balanced budget and
because
a.
they don't have to provide any of their own security. We do that for them.
I don't think that's the biggest reason, but all right.
Even yeah, I don't know. I don't think that that is actually really the only reason. They don't have to do pretty much, and also I believe that they're still getting money from the United States. Um, but I'd have to check on that. I think that I don't know if they're still getting U.S. aid or not, but U.S. foreign aid. Pardon me. I could be wrong about that.
So I mean, but what's so
I
bad
don't.
about
What do you think? What do
Germany?
you think is a? It's an interesting statement. I'm just curious. What do you think is a successful country?
Um, I don't know, a country where the standard of living is pretty high, where people, generally speaking, have
Well, I
access
mean,
to.
what country? I mean, let me rephrase. What
Oh,
country would you point to as a successful country?
Norway, Estonia, Sweden.
Norway. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Iceland. My buddy said, Lord of Pi says Iceland.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know much about Iceland, but they only have like
I
three
don't
hundred
either.
thousand.
That wouldn't have been at the top of my
Yeah,
list.
they don't have very many people. I looked into going to Iceland for college, and I looked at it, and like there's like two colleges there, and they're like the size of my high school, and I'm like, I don't really know if
Yeah.
I want to. I don't really know if I want to go there.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you sure they're you think Norway is you think Norway is successful?
Yeah, I think
Why?
they're one of the most successful. I mean, I think their economy is pretty good. I think their political system is pretty good. It seems like they are
Mm.
able to have like proportional representation. They're able to have a very transparent government.
What do you mean proportional
I
representation?
mean, so I don't know. I might need to fact check on this. My understanding is Norway has a proportional, like a different voting system. So it allows third parties to actually run and compete. It's not a first past the post system where like the first person or the person who gets the majority wins. They
Well,
have
that's all parliamentary systems for the most part. Like ours is not a parliamentary system; it's different. Like most
right. I mean,
European countries are parliamentaries, have a
Mm.
parliament, and so they don't have the two party problems that we have. You can form up a new party and start a new movement anytime you want, and it's a whole hell of a lot easier.
right. I mean, there are parliamentary countries like the UK which still have a first past the post system. Although they do at least have a stronger third party movement than the US
Well,
does.
I mean,
But
well,
but
no, that's
Norway
not
has.
entirely true. I mean, there's been a really good example in the last decade or whatever of the, what is it, the last decade and a half, the Brexit movement was a political party that sprung up and they were successful. I mean, it's not like the
I mean,
United
that's what
States
I
where
just said.
well, yeah, I'm saying like they it's a parliament. They have, but the reason why we don't have a two party structure within our government is because the two parties have written in laws to create barriers to entry for third parties. 100 years ago, in the election for president, there were active third and fourth parties running for president, but systematically over the last 100 years, both political parties have made it extraordinarily difficult for competition. Both the Democrats and the Republicans did that. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the structure of our system, but it's the intent to prevent outside ideas from coming in because they're
Yeah.
disruptive.
So I don't entirely disagree with you. I think both the Democrats and Republicans probably created those barriers because they have a vested interest in keeping the U.S. a two-party system. But a first past the post system will always naturally move towards a smaller number of parties in some type of proportional ranked choice voting system. And in Norway, they
That doesn't match our history. What the
well,
the
the U.S.
reason
is not. I
why.
don't think the U.S. has ever had a ranked choice voting system or
No,
proportional
they
voting
didn't need a
system.
ranked choice voting system because they didn't have laws to prevent third parties. Things that prevent, like
Right, but even
all the laws related to campaign finance. You basically have to hire an attorney and an accountant army if you're going to have a political party. It's insane, right? All these things prevent people at the grassroots level from forming coalitions because they'll get put in jail if they put the wrong dollar in the wrong account by accident, right? It's a system, and same thing happens with regulation in business. It's the same thing you're missing in business, right? All these laws that prevent people from starting up businesses and creating wealth because of the barriers to entry created from regulation. The regulations in the political environment are the same as the regulations in the regular economy, right? It's causing the same exact problem. And your solutions have been more government, more interference instead of just letting people do what the hell they're going to do.
Well, I mean,
Except on tariffs. Tariffs are.
Well, that's just because Orange Man's bad.
Well, no, there are plenty of areas where I don't want government intervention. Like I'm a neoliberal. I have a presumption in favor of the free market.
But you're a socialist.
I mean,
right?
look, did you? I don't think I'm a socialist. But
wait. I thought neoliberals were socialists.
Not under a reasonable definition of socialist. If you're Fabian Liberty, he would call me a socialist. He would call a neoliberal socialist. But I mean, under a reasonable definition, I don't think we're not socialists.
I don't know what a reasonable. I just know I mean, my understanding is that neoliberals were socialists who believed in large government handout systems, extreme social welfare.
So, I do believe in a welfare state. I don't think that alone makes me a socialist or anything.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, if the welfare state is what makes you a socialist, that's fine. But like, I don't know. It's kind of for most people, it's kind of weird. It would be weird to say, "Hey, I'm a socialist." No, I don't want worker co-ops. No, I don't want the government to own businesses. I just want people to have welfare. Like,
do you believe in private wealth?
What do you mean in private wealth? Yeah, I mean, I believe people should be able to acquire.
Do you believe it's okay for Elon Musk to be worth $100 billion or whatever he's worth today?
In principle, yes. Elon Musk's a bad example because he's bad.
You just don't like Elon. How about Jeff Bezos? $45 billion.
Yeah, I have no problem with billionaires existing generally. I do want a tax system to sort of redistribute consumption to the lower classes as well, but.
What lower classes? Are you a lower class than I am?
Middle. What do you mean? Am I a lower class denier?
I said, are you a lower class than I am?
Oh, than I am. I would guess. Aren't you pretty successful, Grid? I would guess, but.
Yeah, but I was originally dirt poor.
Right. That doesn't really change much. I mean, right now you're obviously a higher class than I am. I understand people can migrate in classes, and people often do.
So you want the opportunity for you to become Jeff Bezos removed from the table?
Well, no, I think no. So, my ideal system would be a sort of it would be a consumption tax, a progressive consumption tax. So you would still be able to become Jeff Bezos. It's just that you would be taxed when you spend your money on things to consume.
He is taxed when he spends his money.
Yes.
Everybody else.
Well, that's kind of the issue there is like everyone else. So like if Jeff Bezos buys a mega yacht or whatever, that's still like the same flat sales tax or whatever. And it's not.
If I buy I know this is irrelevant largely, but if I buy $100,000 item and I pay $25,000 in tax, that's what it is, just like if I buy a $80,000 pickup and I pay, 8% tax on it, and I pay that, it's the same tax that anybody else would pay. Why does the weight of my bank account or the ability or the wealth that I have determine the amount of tax I should pay?
Because of marginal utility, dollars get increasingly less valuable the more you have, just like almost anything else. There's diminishing marginal utility.
But
the difference, $10,000 means a lot to a poor person. $10,000 is basically nothing to Jeff Bezos because the marginal utility of $10,000 is so low for Jeff Bezos, and the marginal utility of $10,000 to a homeless person is a fuck ton. Like,
well, yeah, but but $10,000 to Jeff Bezos is not. And what you're saying is it's not $10,000 to some podunk poor guy like Grid, right? So the
499 comes in from Ben. College shouldn't be free, and degree inflation is real. So many women get degrees in backdoor activity, and it devalues Anson's degree in that field. I mean, points for being clever. Points for being clever. That was funny.
Yeah, that was good. Like I can
It's
understand.
just
Like,
late. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Yeah.
You would have had you should have done that like 2 hours ago, and it would have been really fun.
I'm a fan of women who major in backdoor activities.
We understood. We got it. Everybody knows.
Underwater basket weaving is the only real major. That's the only one the government should support.
Yeah. Are you in college, non-fun?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you studying anything useful or?
So right now I go to my community college. I'm getting a
cool.
I'm getting a associates in the sciences or something, and basically just to get a bunch of like general ed classes out of the way. So eventually, when I transfer to a big boy college, I'll be able to do economics and start on that.
Okay. What do you want to be in life?
It's a good question. I don't know. Well, ideally, non-fun on YouTube, non-fun 420, Twitch and Kick. Let's get some subs, get some bits. Ideally, the streaming would work out. That's not going to happen. But shameless plug.
Why
not? I mean, you're funny.
And you're intelligent and you think.
True, real. Unlikely to happen, I'll say. But I don't know. Like, I don't think about it a lot. I'll probably do something economics related. So I wouldn't necessarily want to be like a financial guy. So that, I don't know, that leaves me with like some type of research job, or maybe my dream job, okay, is to work at the Federal Reserve. That's what I want to do. Work for the central bank and be a central banker. That's the ideal. That's what I want to be. But
my wife worked in investment banking, or does work in investment banking. I shouldn't say worked. She works in investment banking. For the most hated, you probably really hate her former employer. So she's moving. She's changing banks right now. There's a period of time. It's irrelevant. I mean, it's just really weird knowledge, but you can't just go from one bank to another. You literally have to have like 2 or 3 months in between, because you have insider knowledge of what's going on. And, they have to just make sure that you're not going to screw anything up. So, no, my wife worked for Goldman Sachs.
I mean, I got nothing. Again, I'm a capitalist. Okay, I don't like hate banks or anything. I just
he wants to work for the Federal Reserve. They're basically owned by J.P.
bank.
Morgan, Goldman Sachs. I mean, they're basically the monopoly syndicate for the big banks. He loves big banks. What are you talking about?
Well, she worked in the wrong area. She was in investment banking and technology. You probably. So you're doing community colleges. I always think that's a great choice, just to kind of figure out what you want to do, and it's a lot less money than fucking around in real college and getting drunk all the time. So that's actually a really solid choice. I mean, what big boy college you want to go to?
I mean, I'm still thinking about going. You're gonna hate it. Still thinking about going to college somewhere in Norway or Finland or something, because I think that'd be cool, and I think those countries are awesome. Not that I don't like America, but I don't know. I live in North Carolina, so we got some pretty decent universities here. I've been thinking.
Like, Duke's really good. They've got a good econ program at Duke.
Yeah,
Duke is actually really. Duke would be one of my first choices if I were going to go.
I haven't put a ton of thought into it, but if I go to when I go to big boy college, it'll probably either be some place in Europe, or it'll be closer to it'll be in North Carolina. We have decent universities here, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I Go ahead.
Who's your favorite economist, Non-Fun?
Ooh, let's see. I want to say you're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it. I want to say Paul Krugman, and I like Paul Krugman.
He's okay. Yeah, got it. He's
And
he's the William Shatner of economists. Yep.
and I understand people don't like Paul Krugman, but I think there's a Douglas A. Irwin, I think is his name. I like his work in trade economics. There's another economist, Robert C. Lawrence, who I think is another really good trade economist, and I like both of their stuff quite a bit. But I think Krugman might actually have to be my favorite, despite there are probably places I disagree with Krugman on, like wealth taxes and stuff. But
There's a
Krugman's my guy.
podcast that I watched all the episodes of. There's like 200 episodes called The
Is
I have a
Contra.
Norwegian in my chat that's like, I'm Norwegian. He's got a strange fascination with Norway.
Norway is look at Norway's sovereign wealth fund. Okay,
That's why I can't. That's why I can't pronounce your name, Stephen Akre, whatever. I don't know. That's why I can't pronounce your name. $5 came in from Silvar Ogre. Just don't waste money on criminal science with a minor in psych. Actually, I have almost that duplicate degree. I majored in psychology with a criminal justice, a dual degree, a double bachelor, and a minor in philosophy with an emphasis on Asian thought. Not
That's a surprise.
not THOT, Anson. And then I realized I hated being in offices, so I went and did racing and stuff.
So, non-fun, there's this podcast called the Contra Krugman podcast. It's
familiar.
devoted entirely to trashing Paul Krugman. It's one of my favorite podcasts to listen to. You should catch it sometime.
I mean, I haven't watched it, but I think Krugman is a really good trade economist, and I think he has, generally pretty. I think he's a really good writer, and I think he has a really good explanation of things like the business cycle and the babysitting co-op and all that jazz.
I'm actually trying to go to sleep, Glenn. I was about to leave when non-fine came up, and it's been an interesting conversation. So it was almost a debate between Anson and non-fine there. I had to keep interrupting so they didn't just like go off to the races and we'd be here for 3 fucking hours again. You're welcome to come up if you want to. You got the link. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I will add. There is I'll grant you evil libertarians a bone here, okay? Not that, I don't know if you, I mean, I guess you guys don't consider yourself libertarians, but economically, you're more libertarian than me. Scott Sumner is an economist who's a libertarian. And I think he is pretty good too. I think he's right about monetary policy for the most part. So
little did I know how useful the degree was. So Paige, appreciate the $2 Canadian. I think that's like a 75 cents in American money. That's okay. Actually, I started with a degree in environmental science and technology and I did all of these heavy science classes, chemistry, physics, biology, microbiology, all of it, to do environmental science and tech. But my classmates were just the weirdest leftist motherfuckers ever. And it just drove me crazy. I wasn't as calm and reserved as I am now. I was a lot different. And they drove me absolutely fucking batty. And and I started looking at the jobs, and it was just like, man, I don't know if I actually want to work in this field. And so, but I had so many science credits that it just didn't transfer to anything else. And I wanted to go pre-law, and the shortest path there was to go to psychology, because they had the cutest girls, and just get any degree basically. And so that's where the most credits transferred over to do that. That's why I have that specific combination of degrees.
All right. Well, I gotta get off this panel grid. It's super late, and Glenn Lawrence just got up here.
All right. Well, I got to get off this panel. I got to go to bed. I have things to do.
Yeah. Good night, Grid. Non fun. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
He'll be here Saturday night. He's gonna fuck you up on something. We'll put in a special leftist debate just for non-fun.
A leftist
Yeah, that sounds
debate.
good.
Oh boy. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
What the debate topic will be? Why are homogenous cultures the ones that leftists admire the most, and what can we do about it?
I thought a better question would be like, why are the leftists so gay?
Oh, that's not fun.
True.
No, seriously, like most of the, it's a question. Seriously, why?
It is true.
gay?
I'm trying to be a nice
mean-
guy here. Be a good host. What are you doing?
I don't mean by gay.
Glenn Lawrence, how the hell are you, man? You missed Viking. Viking was up here for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I saw that. Me and Pearl were chatting about things, so working on something business, like business comes before pleasure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was surprised Rolo didn't come on the show tonight to show me up. And
Well, why would you be surprised? Like, he avoids debates.
Yeah, I
know. It took Alex from playing with fire like 3 years of nagging him till he finally agreed to do a debate. But then he only agreed to do the debate on like X, and Mike Sartain had to be there. So it was like he had to have his buddy there to debate or be there for the debate. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. I just find it interesting that he has.
I mean, he doesn't do good with debates. He lost against Ruslan too, or he didn't lose, but he just didn't do well against Ruslan.
I don't remember Ruslan, but
Ruslan is a Christian rapper, and he has a podcast on YouTube as well.
I got you.
So,
Non-Fawn, are you a typical leftist, atheist guy? Are you a Christian, or what are you?
I mean, again, I want to consider myself leftist, but I mean, I don't put like a ton of thought on religion.
Am I abusing you? Do you feel abused? I'm sorry if you feel abused.
I don't feel it. No, I don't feel it. No, I don't feel abused.
Right,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm an atheist. I guess I don't put a ton of thought into religion. Maybe one day I'll go on another
you want to journey and find Jesus?
I don't think no, I think it'd be, I mean, who knows? Maybe that would be the outcome, but I just mean maybe one day I'll go on instead of reading whatever stuff
you know
I'm
what?
reading now.
All religions and all non-religions still get you to God.
It's true.
At Judgment Day.
Okay. Oh, okay. True.
I really wasn't trying to beat up on you, Non-Fawn. I don't want to get CPS involved.
Actually, Non-Fawn, don't believe them. Because earlier when he and I was on a phone earlier, he was talking about beating you up. Like, and
Wow.
guys like fucking Non-Fawn. No, I'm kidding. He didn't say anything mean about you.
I have CPS up in here.
But he did say like you would be good to come on his debate podcast or debate show. He did.
I did say you were going to come on, or more than likely you were going to come on. I did say that. That's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool, man.
Good will be judged on Judgment Day for beating up, for abusing,
beating up a poor defenseless kid.
Well, I mean, if anything, I would think it would look more like he was trying to make a man out of you.
Maybe
that's not my job. That's not my job. So, well, you're feeling pretty spicy tonight, Lawrence. How come you're not streaming?
Bro, you know I'm busy with 900 other things.
Yeah, I know that.
Like I'm also was working on your motion graphics.
Oh,
thank
sweet.
you very much. They're not going to be ready by Saturday. That's for damn sure.
I knew that. I mean, it is what it is.
But they're going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true.
So what? Nothing to talk about. No crazy.
I was literally we were 3 minutes from shutdown when Non-Fawn came up, and then I was like, I'm going to let him and Anson go at it. And Anson's surprised me a little bit tonight. He's at he hides the knife in a pillow. So he's like, hey, what? Oh, you agree with that? Okay, good. Here, this is what you're really talking about. It's really, gotta be be careful with Anson. I made some notes.
Oh, I would not trust that hillbilly as far as I could throw him.
Yeah,
I like him,
really a
but like,
hillbilly.
like I'll be careful around him.
I could go
I'm
red.
definitely not drinking out of the same moonshine bottle.
Yeah, that's probably true. His will be way too strong for you. So
He's like, "Oh, put some hair on your chest." I'm like, "Bro, I'm Italian. I already got hair on my chest."
yeah, it'll burn it all off. So non-farm, what other than the tariffs, what else do you like to debate? What other subjects are you debating?
I don't know. That's been my main thing I've been debating people on for, I don't know, the last 2 weeks. I mean, I'll debate people, on whatever.
Last 2 weeks,
news.
I want to say like since I came
Well,
across
well.
you, non-fun, you've been debating tariffs. So
Well, that is
I want to
true.
say at
So,
least
yeah.
4 months.
Well, that's kind of where. Well, I think I initially, when I first started streaming, Israel Palestine was kind of the main thing I talked about, and then as the election drew closer, and I think Israel Palestine, when I first started streaming, like literally almost a year ago, is what I kind of started out debating and everything, and then like I don't know, as the election got closer. No, I'm generally pro-Israel-ish, I would say.
Okay. Generally pro.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be caveats. Like, I don't think they should annex the West Bank or anything, but and then the election kind of got closer, and the thing just kind of became Trump versus Kamala, and I would do a lot of debates, and tariffs would come up, and I would try to drill down with people on tariffs. I don't know, and then after the election, it wasn't as relevant.
But what's your position on the whole Palestine-Israel thing?
Dude, no. Dude,
I just want to know. I'm not going to debate him. I just want to know. I just want to know where
all right. Yeah, okay.
I say generally, I think Israel is in the right to defend themselves after October 7th. I think Israel, for the most part, adheres to the rules around conduct in war, kind of, mostly, sometimes when they feel like it.
Nobody really does, honestly, but.
Well, I mean, war is hell. So, hey, I got a question for you, Namfon. This is interesting. You actually reminded me of something I was having a discussion with someone else the other day. I want to get your position on it.
All right.
No harm, no foul. So, do you think that the reason Trump, when he was basically giving everyone equivocal tariffs, except Israel, and he slapped them with 17% instead of, I think they were tariffing us like 10 or 12%, and he smacked them with 17% tariff. Do you think that was him kind of retaliating for them breaking the ceasefire when he went to bat for them?
No, I think Trump has no understanding of what the trade deficit is and no understanding of economics.
Well,
generally,
Trump is a retarded clown.
Well, listen. Look at the formula they used. The way they determined the rate at which these countries are tariffing us was dividing the trade deficit in goods by the amount we import from the country. That has nothing to do with how much they're tariffing us. It's just a retarded calculation based on the presumption that we should have balanced trade with every nation, which is absurd. And balanced trade in goods, not even including services, because the U.S. is a service economy, and we export a lot of services. We import goods and export services. Like, that's, yeah, it's absurd, and it's totally incompetent.
Everybody else, they didn't even use 10%. They got 10%.
But you're derailing my question about.
Right.
Thank you. So
hold on, real quick. I'll add. They didn't even apply their formula correctly. They literally made an error in one of the numbers that inflated the figure that they were tariffing by 4. They confused the elasticity of imports with respect to import prices with the elasticity of like retail prices with respect to tariffs. It was horrible. It was incompetent. But anyway.
Okay, back to my question because that's more important. So you were pro-Israel after October, but prior to that, you don't think Israel. You're like pro-Palestine, or
no. I just mean, I was just giving you my position, and I think after October 7th, they were in the right to defend themselves. Like prior to October 7th, I support Israel existing. I don't think they're I think Israel's in the right to defend themselves for like all the Arab-Israeli wars, basically. The Suez crisis, I think you can have disputes about, and I think the war of attrition you can maybe blame Israel for a little bit. But other than that, I think Israel's been right for
Do
the
you
most
think
part
like it's
historically.
our? Do you think that we should like intervene and try to like I don't know, help Palestine or help Israel? Either one of them.
I mean, so it's gonna be hard because I think there are fucked up things Israel does. I think optimally, we should not support Israel until they fucking fuck off with the West Bank shit they're doing. They should. I think they might be in the right to occupy the West Bank generally, but I think the settlements are bad. They shouldn't do that. I think.
Like, would
they
you feel
should-
bad if Israel just fucking just devoured Palestine, just
Well,
fucking,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
just-
obviously, and I think that's I'm generally supportive of like a
But
two-state
that's how
solution,
that's
and
how
I think
countries were. That's what countries did for centuries.
I mean, I understand, and I just think that makes it kind of good to support now. Like, I think that's what I think that's actually what thing that saddens me about Trump's win is I feel like Biden, would have at least pushed for a two-state solution. I don't know if that's actually possible, but like if Israel tries to annex the West Bank now, I think Trump would just be okay with that. He recognized the annexation of the Golan Heights and he moved the capital to Jerusalem. He seems to be in support of Israel annexing the West Bank, and I think that would basically be the death of like any fully sovereign Palestinian state existing. And I think that's kind of sad, but
I think if the Palestinian state can exist by defending themselves, then they shouldn't exist. I think that's true with any nation. If you cannot defend your nation, if your nation can't,
I mean,
doesn't have the ability to defend itself, and some other country comes over and kicks in your door and decides to call your place home, either you comply or die.
I don't know why we would hold this might makes right position. I feel like that's not a good thing to base morality off of.
It's not might makes right. That's just the nature of war.
Yeah,
I think
but I mean, you're
doesn't
making
make
like
right
an ought
with
statement. You're saying
yes.
like, Palestine ought not exist
I
if
don't
they
think
can't.
we should get involved in anybody's business, any other country's business. Like,
All right, guys, I'm
other
going
people's
to
problems.
bed. 5:30 comes early. It is 12:13. Got an extra hour out of me tonight. That's awesome.
But I do like Non-Fon's position. Like, oh yeah, after this event, I agree. Like, defend yourself. Because most people that I've talked to that are pro-Palestine, they were like, under no circumstances should Israel be able to defend themselves. No way.
Well, sure,
So-
yeah.
Yeah.
That's maybe you're not as liberal as I thought you were. I mean, the
I mean,
purple
to be
light
fair,
does
I
kinda
think,
throw me off a little bit, but
A lot of the hardcore pro-Palestine people aren't really liberal. They're like socialist and everything. But
what do you think about like gays for Palestine? Do you think it's kind of like an oxymoron?
Yes and no. I mean, I understand.
Do
Obviously,
you think like they're gonna like
Palestinians
win them
don't
over,
respect.
win the Muslims over by loving on them, giving them big hugs or something?
Well, I think it's so. I think if you are under the presumption that Gazans are actually experiencing a genocide, then like it's totally fair to stand up for Gazans because you think they're experiencing a genocide. And if you believe that they are oppressed and occupied, as these people do, then it makes sense to. I mean, I don't think it's totally irrational to say like, oh, gay people are also oppressed and oppressed people should stand with oppressed people. I think that's kind of the line of thinking there. And I don't think that's wholly
I think straight people are
irrational.
oppressed.
All right, guys.
Where?
I gotta go.
I think straight people are oppressed. I mean, all the gay shit they throw at us all the time. I'm oppressed. There's like gay advertisements on TV now. I'm being oppressed. My eyes are forced to see this.
You look oppressed, actually.
I look depressed right now.
and you're about to be further oppressed because I'm kicking you off. And
Well, I'm gonna take a shit on your lawn and
Damn.
I'm
exit
taking
anyways.
my ball and going home. I'm actually going to send you guys over to the Powdered Dusty. They are Chaotic Truth is still going. I think he's going for like a 12 or 14 hour stream. That's nuts. It looks crazy. Whatever's going on over there looks insane. So you
Hey,
guys,
Greg, give me a call tomorrow.
yeah, I'll give you a call tomorrow, man.
All
Non
right.
fun. Good to have you up, man. We'll talk to you later.
Yep. Good to see you.
Everyone, as always, be cool. Wear your glasses if you need them, and get the fuck off my lawn.
See you guys. What's up, people? Oh, there's a lot of shit on my screen. What is happening over here? I'm curious.
It's fire.
I think it's
We
much
figured
Angela
out
put it.
how-
He said his viewers here.
We
What's
told
that?
the black people about it too, and the Asians.
Well, and when you want to break that down, I mean, you know, the cradle of civilization, talking about it being Ethiopia and whatnot.
Why do you even give a platform to those people? First of all, they're platforming me. I'm pretty sure Grid was sitting at like 30 viewers, 50 to 30 to 50 viewers that entire time. It's not like I'm platforming them.
Where the hell everything? But there's
Second of all,
Can we hear? Oh, okay. I know.
I don't know. I don't think they're like evil or anything. Like I think Grid is.
Democrats should
Sorry
be
if
the
you're
first to
watching this, Grid. I think Grid is stupid. It's like it's not like I think he's fucking evil. A fucking course they're evil. Okay. But what's up with you guys? Cars, passenger and cargo ships, refined petroleum, and boats. It's like probably South Korea. No, South Korea wouldn't have oil. Low-key agree with you, but you aren't base enough to understand. Good to know, Jack. What's up? I feel like precious metal watches, recreational boats. I really don't think South Korea would have this much oil, but I'm gonna guess South Korea. Yeah. 10,000 kilometers west of South Korea. That exports a ton of cars. Did I already react to this? What is this? Summary. I don't know if I want to react to this. Oops. But no. Recreational boats. Working night shift, welding, blowing up your chat on company time, efficiency, baby, let's go. Then he switched to non-intervention, is what I called him on that. It's awesome. Not U.S. media lines about China. Okay. W getting paid to chat. It is a W. Dude, I don't... Cars, passenger ships. Oh, there's only 129 million. There's probably some, like, Caribbean island nation bullshit. I don't think it's Jamaica, but I'm gonna guess Jamaica just to see if I'm... Nope. Oh, is it gonna be, like... Cars. So is it in Africa? What African country makes, like, cars? It's definitely not Chad, but... Is it Cape Verde or whatever the fuck? It actually might be Tanzania. Fuck. Directly west of Tanzania. So, what? Algeria? Oh, wait. Morocco, probably, right? Fuck, are you kidding me? Gibraltar? That's not a real fucking... This ain't... What the fuck? This ain't a country, bitch. This is a British overseas territory. Fuck you, Tradle. Jesus. I don't know any African-made cars. How they do that when they don't have things like water. Plenty of African nations have some amount of cars. I saw this.
Dude, someone is messaging this appropriately. Holy shit.
I think this was he's reacting to Tim Waltz. God, I hate Democrats. God, I hate Democrats. God, I hate them. I love Democrats, but I hate Democrats. Jesus, the fact that Democrats are like so hesitant to call out Trump's tariffs, it's like, actually fucking kill me, dude. Actually fucking kill me. Actually fucking kill me. Actually fucking kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. It's like every time they try to mess about Trump's tariffs, they're like, well, it's just too chaotic, but tariffs are still like good, or it's like, I don't know what Tim Walz is saying, but Jesus fucking Christ, kill me. And then we have Hassan
Dude,
now.
someone is messaging this appropriately. Holy shit. It's not Matt. He's right. He's right. Democrats should not be in favor of free trade. Democrats should be the first to acknowledge that free trade is what has gutted the American manufacturing capabilities,
Not true.
destroyed the American labor force, destroyed the countryside. He's a
It's just not true. Trade is responsible for maybe 40% of the. He's right. He's absolutely not right. Maybe 40% of the decline in manufacturing employment. The rest is like productivity shit. Like,
good. He's a good messenger on this. Bad take. Why is that a bad take? Free trade is nice. Without free trade, or with free trade, you have no manufacturing. Without manufacturing,
this shit is insane. First of all, because it's not true, and second of all, because he's just like,
you have no manufacturing. Without manufacturing, you have no labor force. Without the labor force, you have no labor power. Without labor power, you have no way to. Without labor power, you have no labor unions. Without labor unions, you have no way to increase wages. Without increasing your wages, you arrive at what America is doing currently, which is 20.
it's like we need to. First of all, it's obviously not true. Just look at I quote tweeted with this. Look at any country in the EU has free trade with all other countries in the EU, and also, for the most part, with the rest of the world. The EU has some tariffs on the rest of the world, but for the most fucking part, the EU engages in free trade with each other and with the rest of the world, and they have all these things. Even in the US, for the most part, we have all these
You have
things.
no labor unions. Without labor unions, you have
Like labor union membership is not that high in the US, but obviously, obviously, wages increase without labor unions. Wages in the U.S. are still going up. In fact, trade is part of the reason wages are going up. But
you have no labor unions. Without labor unions, you have no way to increase wages. Without increasing your wages, you arrive at what America is doing currently, which is 23% underemployment.
this is the most bullshit metric ever. He's citing the true unemployment number, which is like just adding command economy over free trade. I mean, you can just no on so many levels. No, but even like internal with a command economy, you can still have free trade. But regardless, like the Soviet Union had free trade with the Soviet like territories or whatever. But watch this Xi Jinping video. I don't want to spend 40 minutes just reacting to. So it explains everything. What do you mean by everything? But it's obviously wrong, and wages in the U.S. are going up.
Gig economy jobs galore. No protections whatsoever. No mechanism of pushback against the one party that's supposed to be against the right-wing reactionary forces. And you arrive at a nation with no healthcare, with no future, no retirement funds.
Again, any country in the EU has these things. For a large part, the U.S. has these things too. He's just being retarded.
A nation in disarray. All of it ties back to labor at the end of the day. Free trade is nice if you are not in the U.S., though. No, it's not. That's also
This is so funny.
correct. What are you talking about? Free trade is not nice. Do you believe the fucking WTO narrative that free trade is
Do you believe the WTO narrative?
actually greatly improved the living standards of all these other countries? No.
Free trade has greatly improved the living standard of all these other countries. Free trade is actually, if free trade is mutually beneficial, but actually tends to be more beneficial to smaller nations than it is for larger nations.
Obviously, it has not. That is not the case at all. The one country that has actually been able to dramatically improve itself in that process is China, and that is not because of the free trade. That is because of what they did with the
Plenty of other countries saw massive declines in poverty too and engaged in free trade. Like Indonesia saw pretty massive declines in poverty, and they, for the most part, engaged in free trade. It's my understanding.
foreign capital that came in. The only thing that free trade benefits is capital owners. That's why America did it for so many years.
Not true.
A lot of people say, we don't want free trade, we want fair trade. You can't have fair trade without
Free trade actually probably disproportionately benefits the poor because the poor people buy a lot of imported goods. No, it hasn't. It has actually exploited them even more by hindering them from building their own industry. No. So, one, I think allowing these countries engaging in free trade actually lets them export to other countries and, build industry, right? Because there might just there's not much internal demand for clothes in Cambodia, right? But when you allow Cambodia to export clothes to the U.S., well, suddenly that's a much bigger market that these companies can export to. So it makes sense to build out the clothes industry now in Cambodia because they can export to such a large market. Second of all, we have empirical evidence for this. You're just going to reject all empirical evidence I show you. I can show you studies that trade increases growth for developing countries, and you're just going to reject it. Dog. I think I have stuff here, and I think I have stuff in this. Why do we care about the Cambodian clothing industry? Well, the chatter is claiming that free trade is not beneficial to developing nations, and I'm refuting that by saying I'm not making a statement that you should care about it. I'm just saying that like trade is beneficial to Cambodia because, for instance, they're able to export clothes to a large market. The United States is literally currency and trade union. The main argument is labor rights and wage parity, but there are convincing counter arguments to be light-handed even in those instances. Truth. But I mean, I do think, yeah, I don't necessarily think we should care about the Cambodian clothing industry, but I mean, I do think the U.S. benefits from importing clothes to Canada, or from Cambodia to Canada. Well, it discourages them from building their own agriculture industry and makes them dependent on imperialist forces. So one, a lot of developing countries, again, are going to benefit from exporting agricultural products, right? Like a lot of these economies are agricultural economies and they export agriculture to other countries. Argentina exports a lot of shit. I think Senegal, exports a lot of rice. But again, like agriculture is not where you want most of your economy to be. Agriculture is not a high value add sector, right? Like Argentina is not a third world country. What is their GDP? Maybe it's not fair to consider them third world. What is Argentina's GDP per capita? Eh, 14,000. Sure. But yeah, agriculture is not a high value add sector. Like agriculture isn't meant to be an export to rely on. I don't know what you mean by isn't meant to be an export to rely on. I don't think it's actually, I mean, again, I think agriculture is, again, not a super high value add sector. So like our economies that just export agriculture are not going to be rich. But again, that's not what I'm saying, you doofus. Not enough labor to do it all. You could have command economy in a restructuring that does a little bit more. Anything else you want? Nation with $33 trillion in debt is something we should consider. What is something we should consider exactly? Oh, Isaac, ad time, dude. I can't even run ads because ads just ran. I was saying free trade discourages building your own agriculture because it's cheaper to import. I understand, but I will run ads when I can. I'm not in control of that. But my point was, one, because free trade allows countries to export to other countries, increasing the size of the market can actually benefit agriculture, right? Like there are cases in which agriculture would actually benefit from free trade. Secondly, I don't know if you didn't hear this point, but agriculture is just not what you want most of your economy to be in, because it's not a like high skill, high value add sector. It's like the most basic sector that all countries kind of start off in their path towards development, and growth comes from getting more efficient in agriculture, so less people have to work in agriculture and more people start working in manufacturing and service sector jobs. That's kind of how growth works. But you don't want to be dependent on imperialist forces like U.S. either. I mean, there are gains from interdependence and trade. Like, I don't know what to tell you. There are like that increase people's income, like to a certain extent. Like, I mean, even in the U.S., we subsidize our farmers to some extent because we don't want to rely solely on other nations for our food chain. But making food cheaper in a poor country means more people can eat. That as well. Which reminds me, we gotta. Oh, there's so much stuff to read. Debt isn't an issue unless some orange cloud blows up global investment into your currency business. Deficit spending is up for debate. True. Truth and Duke. Dude, I saw God. Is Tyler here right now? I'm gonna be mean to him. So hopefully he's not here. I was watching the bond market last night just because I was up, and I opened Twitter, and there was like a huge sell-off of bonds last night, and yields were increasing like crazy. Or shouldn't say like crazy. It wasn't like massive, but it was pretty massive for a time when yields should be decreasing. And Jesus, did Tyler not like that I tweeted that? There's a chapter in this book called like "Does Third World Growth Mean a Loss for the First World" or something. Does third world growth hurt first world prosperity? And I mean, his conclusion, I'm fairly certain, is no. Is in a country for you, true, dude. It's kind of insane that. I think there was reporting that Trump was open to defaulting on the debt, which is insane. The one good thing, okay, that I think Trump could do, okay, in a debt ceiling fight, okay, if there's a debt ceiling fight, which there almost certainly will be, I think in not even that far from now, actually, I think in like June or something, the debt ceiling, June 3rd. Oh, wait, hold on. When is the debt ceiling? I don't know when the next debt ceiling fight would happen, but if Trump invokes the 14th Amendment and says, hey, the debt ceiling, unconstitutional, get fucked, that could be based. There's already a debt ceiling fight. Maybe I just don't keep up with Congress enough, but aren't they? I mean, I understand it's been kind of fighting over budget bills, but I don't think there's been a debt ceiling thing. Government's ability to borrow using established extraordinary measures will probably be exhausted in August or September 2025. It's in a budget bill? Okay, yeah, that's what yeah. But I'm just saying, I think this is, we're going to hit the debt limit, like, this year or whatever. There could be another. I understand there's fights over it right now, like, in the budget bill, whether to increase it, right? But Senate Republicans are raising grave doubts about the House Republicans' plan to raise the debt ceiling as part of a massive tax cuts and border spending bill. A dilemma that could lead to protracted negotiation with Democrats to avoid default. Wouldn't that help stagnate wages? Wages? What? First of all, I'm not convinced wages are stagnant to begin with, but too much shit to read.
Are like what we consider to be retarded. where they skin come out, when they skin come out that color, I think that's a retardation problem.
Man, how do these people have 60 viewers? Man, how does this happen? How's this happen? By the way, I've said this on stream before, but next Thursday, not this Thursday, not tomorrow, although tomorrow I think I will, or technically today now, I will be debating tariffs on a panel, but next Thursday, a week from now, I'm going on Sarah's show, and Sarah has a Throwdown Thursday about Trump's tariffs, so that should be fun. Okay, I think I probably want to make, just like I did for the what's wrong with protectionism thing, page it for this. Maybe consider streaming. Maybe we need a schizo right winger to fight with. I don't know. I fight with a lot of schizo right wingers, I feel like, but I don't know. Jesus. And schizo left wingers, but. Go to Walmart, but dude, I can go anywhere in my town and find a schizo right winger. I'm gonna run out of book colors. Okay, thanks, Notion. Am I spelling that wrong or is this no? Okay. Okay, it's fine as long as I never. I guess there's a brown one. Oh shit. Is that just a title or is it gonna be everything I copy? Is it gonna have no space? Okay, good, it's just a title. Okay. Ooh. 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 It wouldn't be that big of a deal if I had spaces or whatever, but oh, I do want to watch at some point. Maybe I'll probably watch this now actually. The Sam Cedar. I forget what the podcast is called, but where's the full episode? I didn't watch all of this. I just skimmed through it. I'll watch the entire episode. There we go.
Private
You're using.
Okay, I'm so curious what the. I think I saw a few clips of this on Twitter, but. Where is my window capture? Window capture. Boom, boom, boom. Should I play Theo Town or Schedule 1? I think I'll play Schedule 1. Dude, I got like $40,000 in this game just by fucking gambling. Just by gambling and playing Ride the Bus. Okay, it's a strat. Don't even need to sell drugs. Do it IRL. You don't know me. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. All right. I want to see Sam Cedar. Hopefully not have cringe takes on tariffs because he's more left-wing than me. But, oh boy. Let's see. Let's see.
Set to unleash Liberation Day tariffs. President Trump will unveil Liberation Day tariffs on Wednesday at 4 p.m.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday. in a White House's Rose Garden, promising to stop America being ripped off and deliver a new golden age of U.S. industry. Though U.S. White House Press Secretary Karen Lehman said that he was still perfecting it to make sure it's a perfect deal with advisors less than 24 hours before. Trump, who on Monday claimed he'd be very kind, has kept details vague with reports suggesting options from reciprocal tariffs to a 20% blanket rate or preferential treatment for some nations. Rob, if you want to play this, is this yesterday, Rob, or is this...
This is yesterday from the Rose Garden. This is
fantastic. Go for it.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time.
You're all about to be
April 2nd,
liberated from your money.
2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy.
I also have another clip. This is the president discussing how the tariffs will help eliminate income tax.
Go for it.
From 1789 to 1930.
I think Sam Cedar will know this, but literally not mathematically possible. It's not possible to tariff enough to raise the same amount of revenue as income tax does, because as for any tax, there's a revenue maximizing rate of it, right? So you can't just tax something 700% and expect to, continue raising that, collect 700% of revenue, because people just stop buying whatever you're taxing, right? So with tariffs, you probably can't tariff shit over like 100% without people just not importing stuff anymore, right? And it wouldn't even be a good idea to do that, because tariffs are just generally pretty bad. Whatever problems we may have with income tax, okay, it is 1, progressive, while tariffs are regressive, and 2, it doesn't invite other countries to retaliate. No country is going to say, fuck you, U.S., for having income tax. We're going to hurt you. They do that with tariffs. Double note assume, please invest responsibly. True.
We were a tariff-backed nation.
Not fun. Do you think Trump wants to kill American economy on purpose to turn U.S. back into an industrial economy? I think Trump just genuinely does not have a good understanding of the trade deficit and trade, and just likes tariffs because of that. There was I saw this like today. There was like a transcript of him with an advisor, where the advisor was showing him that data from people like leaving manufacturing jobs voluntarily. See, the biggest leaves of jobs, people leaving voluntarily with manufacturing. I don't get it, Trump said. Cohen tried to explain. I can sit in a nice office with air conditioning and a desk, or stand on my feet 8 hours a day. Which one would you do for the same pay? Cohen added, people don't want to stand in front of a 2,000-degree blast furnace. People don't want to go in coal mines and get black lung. For the same or equal dollars, they're going to choose something else. Trump wasn't buying it. Several times, Cohen just asked the president, why do you have these views? I just do, Trump said. I've had these for 30 years. Considering everything else he said about the trade deficit being like a profit and loss statement, I think he just genuinely does not understand the trade deficit.
And the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, it's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much
God, how long
away from
yes,
us.
we get
let
it.
that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be
We
so
know
much
they
wealthier
do
than
like
any
tariffs.
country. It's not
We
even
know.
believable,
Right.
but we're getting smart.
Okay, Tom, your thoughts on this, and I'll come to you.
Thanks.
So markets love continuity, even if continuity is rooted in, trade inequality and things that have been going on for decades.
Yep.
And
Kill
to
me.
get through the shift, to get through the food poisoning, we can see markets react to sentiment, and markets don't know what to make of this. How many tariffs are going to stay for a day versus a week versus a month? You don't know. How many tariffs are going to shift?
Oh, it's almost like uncertainty is bad. It's almost like, thanks, former black guy, for the follow. I appreciate it. It's almost like uncertainty is bad, and uncertainty has been shown to like reduce business investment And by the way, like even the stock market partly is reacting to uncertainty, but also is reacting to the fact that whatever tariffs do stick, they will just be bad. They will be bad. They will reduce employment. They will reduce output. They will reduce the after-tax profit of these companies. Like, good ways to increase the use of my genitalia. I don't have any advice for you there, buddy. Unfortunately, I'm not the guy to talk to about that one.
Israel actually backed down and said, okay, we're done. Yesterday, correct? Israel went, hang on.
The tariffs won't stay. They are told to balance things and get closer to free trade. Why the fuck? Why the fuck are we assuming that Trump likes free trade? Like, he pulled out of the TPP. He did tariffs during his first term. He constantly says we're being ripped off. He constantly says trade deficits are bad. The entire formula for the reciprocal tariffs was premised on the idea that we should have balanced trade with every country. The guy does not like free trade. But second of all, there are probably ways to get to freer trade with these countries that don't involve crashing the fucking stock market and creating this much uncertainty. It's obviously absurd. Download Grindr, maybe.
We're good. We're backing off. We're done here. Interesting. Canada moved a couple of them. Not the rest of them. Canada's still figuring it out, but they're blinking. Canada is blinking. So now the question is going to be, how long does all this take? And the markets, the markets don't like it. The markets don't like the sentiment of uncertainty. And that's why you have Jim Cramer and other people, we're getting killed out here. You're getting killed because you like the status quo that you had a minute ago, because you knew how to play that game and you knew how those markets worked. And respectfully, they're there to trade and make money in an increasing market. What is easier? It's easier to stay yesterday with what we've got, or there's a greater goal. And the greater goal is American jobs. And the jobs report was better than people thought. Interesting. That's not a hit.
By the way, if the payrolls report was worse than expectations, people would just say either, one, the bullshit they say for the stock market where it's short-term gain or short-term loss for long-term gain, or they would say the tariffs haven't actually had any effect yet. So obviously the jobs report is not going to be reflective of tariffs. That is what literally Howard Lutnick was saying before the payrolls report. He said, we're not going to see the effects of tariffs in the recent payroll reports. We're going to see it, a year from now. We're not going to see it until the end of 2025. Yeah, obviously. By the way, these are the same people who said the job numbers under Biden were outright faked. Shut the fuck up. Now you trust the BLS, really? Now the BLS is the institution you trust? Dog. Minecraft yourself.
Line.
And also, the tariffs obviously don't increase jobs on net. No empirical evidence supports it, and it doesn't. We have good reason in theory to believe that they don't, because obviously tariffs hurt exports. They hurt the unprotected sectors because they shift investment away from unprotected sectors and towards protected sectors. Look up Iowa car crop. Tariffs don't protect jobs.
Set buried. And you've got the uncertainty of the markets. Now, the uncertainty of the markets makes everybody look at their 401k and look at the things and be concerned. And yes, there's concern there. But
you're right, they don't. But why does a country put tariffs on American products? Because this is going to be crazy to you. This is going to be crazy to you. Economists have actually thought about that. There's actually an entire subfield of economics called public choice theory to answer this very question. And the answer is that trade to protect, it's absolutely not to protect jobs, is because, what the fuck? Oh, I thought it was a dildo. It's just a bong. Damn. Tariffs have very concentrated benefits, but very diffused losses. So, for example, in the U.S., sugar companies lobby to keep U.S. sugar or it's a quota, but essentially U.S. sugar tariffs in place. Okay? That hurts American consumers, but that hurts American consumers across 300 million different American consumers. So it only costs the average consumer like $30 a year. But it grants these U.S. sugar companies like billions and billions of dollars in profit. And because these individuals only are losing $30 a year and their individual vote can't affect much, it's actually perfectly rational for them to not care about the tariffs. It's actually, look up rational ignorance. They're rational for being ignorant about the tariff existing. They do it because they okay. I mean, one, I'll grant you tariffs can have different motivations, but a big reason other countries have tariffs is just what I described, public choice theory. And these countries are tariffing us at like 2%, okay? Like, most countries have mostly free trade with us.
you got to look down the street and see where we're going. And it is not easy to get through the food poisoning, but there is life on the other side, and you can see that's what the president is talking about. And I think we got to trust it, and we got to look at what's going on. We can already see little islands of change going on, so let's find out how everybody else moves on these tariffs.
Sam. You said tariff was the last word. That was the only time you used the word tariffs. Look, I am in favor of tariffs when it is part of a specific agenda to build a certain industry or a certain industry within a certain region. This is absolute insanity. First off, they're going to use this as potential revenue. Like he says, it's not going to replace the income tax, but what they're going to do is they're going to use it as an excuse to cut taxes on wealthy people. You guys will be very excited about that. But who's going to pay that tax? If it's $600 billion a year, as they're saying, over a 10-year period, it's going to be $6 trillion. That is going to be an average of 5,000.
Tariffs almost certainly are not going to raise that much revenue because people are just going to import less, and also because it's decently easy to avoid tariffs. Like they're not a particularly hard tax to avoid. Everyone everywhere is talking about tariffs. Yeah.
$1 tax on Americans. It is a regressive tax. I like taxation, but I like progressive taxation because $5,000 for somebody making $40,000 is a much bigger problem than $5,000 for me or for you. So this is a regressive tax on Americans. Now, if it's to work to build up industry, and I don't know how we're going to have a banana industry in this country or how we're going to have
True. There are so many goods that does not make sense to tariff because they literally just can't be made here. So even if they presumably and then also the tariffs Trump is doing are tariffing intermediate goods. We have evidence from this, from the steel tariffs, from a bunch of other tariffs. Shadow given to Switzerland. If you tariff intermediate goods, that actually hurts manufacturing because you tariff all the fucking inputs people use to make other shit. Half of the imports we get from Mexico and Canada are for intermediate goods. They're goods used to make other goods. So you fuck over manufacturers when you do this. You don't even help manufacturing. And also, tariffs harm exports. They do so by appreciating exchange rates and actually there's a lot of mechanisms. There's 4 different mechanisms. But the biggest ones, appreciating exchange rates and retaliatory tariffs that are placed on our exports, right? Yeah. And a lot of manufacturing companies export their shit.
Lumber industry to rival Canada's because we just don't have the wood, and so on. I mean, people get the idea. There's certain industries you can actually say, this is one we're going to build up. Maybe there will be a low-cost clothing business that revives in this country, but I doubt it. But if tariffs are meant to work to build up industry, that means people aren't paying those taxes. So the tariffs may not raise the money, but what will happen is, and I think you understand this too about pricing, if the price of goods goes up on average, and it looks like in some of these places it's going to go way above 10%. I mean, some of Vietnam, 39%, China, 75%. They're adding all of these tariffs on. It's insane. Then U.S. companies, to the extent that there are ones that are making these same goods, they have between 0 and 75% to raise their prices, and they will because the price of this.
Not even the only. I haven't actually read it yet, but tariffs raise domestic prices for other reason. Part of it is the reduced competition. Part of it is just because the quantity supplied domestically goes up.
There's a certain elasticity, and they can justify raising their prices 5% if their nearest competitor is 25% raise in price. I mean, they'll do it because there's some products that people just can't do without.
Tariffing the silicone mine because it won't buy my solar panels like a Chad. Yep.
So this is such a disaster, and of course, what it also does is last time we had a major financial crisis in this country in 2008, it took 6 years for the stock market to get back at parity. You're talking about the 401ks have been a disaster insofar as people just don't put as much money in them as they should because they don't have the money on a regular basis. But God help those people if there wasn't Social Security, a robust Social Security, because if you've got to retire and you're 65 and you were planning on retiring, you have a small 401k, it is screwed. And it may not come back for years. Maybe it'll come back tomorrow. But
how do you feel about reciprocal tariffs?
Here's the other absolute insanity. Those tariffs that he claimed on that chart are not tariffs. Every economist out there has been saying, where did he get these numbers? And they're starting to figure out that they did some weird. There's countries on there that don't even have
6 years from now, America, dude, it's actually insane how much of America can just be explained with the one chart. I remember pulling this up on stream. I pulled this up on stream months ago. There's 2 different charts actually. This one. And another one pretty similar to it. It just has direct reference to the broken window fallacy. Yeah, it's like obviously there's a story called like the parable of the broken window. It's like you know, I think it's like some by author like responding to the argument that like, oh, the destruction caused by World War II, you know, is actually good because now we're investing like all this money, like rebuilding everything, and the economy is like going good again. And he's like, well, if you didn't destroy everything, that money would have been spent anyway. And now there are actually cases where that's kind of not true. If you look up Paul Krugman babysitting co-op, you can kind of understand there are cases where that isn't true and it actually is beneficial to, you know, to fiscal stimulus basically, because there is such thing as a paradox of thrift. But absent paradox of thrift, MAGA is just which we're not in a paradox of thrift right now. MAGA is literally just doing broken window fallacy. Like, they're not seeing the counterfactual.
It's bizarre. They took like the CIA fact book and just made a list of countries. I mean, it's completely for show.
Which countries?
There's Google it. There's like 1 or 2 places where there's no people.
Every single one of those countries.
No,
is a massive country.
they released a big release. He'll find it. And these are not actual tariffs that are being applied to us.
Every single one of these countries.
Well, China, are we sure there's people there?
China, the EU, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan,
Do it
India, South
just
Korea,
Google.
Thailand, Switzerland, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Which of those countries aren't there not people living?
Put in the Trump just added a tariff on a country with no.
All right, but okay, so he added one country that maybe
It's he's talking about it's like a French territory, the Harold and McDonald Island or whatever.
It's just an indication of how slapdash this is.
No,
but
dude.
These are not tariffs. These are not
on one
those reciprocal tariffs. They're not. Those aren't tariffs.
Sam.
He's combined. He is basically what they've tried to figure out is like where'd they get these numbers from, and they have taken the trade deficit and divided it by what we send there. And that's the way that they assume that that's a tariff. It's basically they're just saying we have these trade deficits, and of course we have trade deficits with certain places.
And also, again, even it's not trade deficit in goods, only in goods, not in services. Again, we export services. We buy cheap clothes from Cambodia and export fucking banking financial services to Cambodia. What fucking do you want your country making cheap clothes? Do you want your country having clothes sweatshops, or do you want your country doing advanced financial banking shit like dog? Can you explain why a trade deficit with a specific country is bad? I can't, because they're not. It's not. It makes sense to have trade deficits with some countries, especially trade deficit in goods. Countries specialize in producing different things, and that's good. And there are gains to be had from importing from certain countries and exporting to other countries. So for some countries, we're going to run trade deficits, and some countries we're going to run trade surpluses. It's not really bad. It's not bad per se. There are kind of cases where the trade deficit is kind of reflective of other issues. For example, a budget deficit can increase the trade deficit because it decreases savings domestically. But it's not bad per se.
Some products that we're just never going to make, and there's some places that don't have the buying power that we have. I mean, so this is just bizarre, and even like former Trump trade people were just like, well, maybe it's just an opening salvo for a negotiation, and maybe it is. I mean, like I'm just fortunate that I'm not planning on retiring soon, and my 401k isn't decimated. But this is going to cause inflation, and these prices are not going to come down. I mean, Trump is trying to tell U.S. automakers don't raise your prices, and if he wants to impose,
I mean, even if they did eventually come down, again, just think about opportunity cost. Like, we're always going to have the opportunity cost where we're wasting resources because we have to use more domestic resources to make the same amount to get the same amount of shit. Like, what's the pick up button? Right click. I was hitting right click. There's no
price
way.
controls. He would not be the first Republican president to do this. Nixon was the first president and the only president, as far as I know, to do price controls, at least in the modern era. I'm not necessarily against price controls in certain situations, but this is like such an own goal. It's fascinating.
Well, of course.
No, Jimmy
You're not
Carter's
against
waging price controls for decades
yeah.
before Nixon. Whoops. Checking my notes. No, he was after.
Right.
It wasn't just Nixon.
Well, Nixon
It was
started
part of
it, right?
And there was no other president since
Nixon started it.
I was just kind of correcting that.
Okay.
Back to you, Rand.
I'm for price controls.
You are for price controls.
Well, I think we should.
No, Sam, you're doing so good, Sam. No, how do we already get the cringe shit, Sam? No.
We should have applied some in the wake of COVID, yes, there was a lot of gouging going on. I think that everybody knows that.
That's
I think it's
not a horrible position, I guess. That's maybe a defendable a little bit. What am I supposed to do? To the station in the new room? What is the new room? Is this my new room?
I mean, there's plenty of data that at least 40% of the inflation was a function of gouging in some form or another.
well,
No, Sam, don't cite the bullshit. No, don't cite the bullshit like EPI data. No, Sam, no, why? Sam, why? Sam. How do I rotate that, Sam?
I don't think, like, genuinely, whether you're a progressive or democratic socialist or skew socialist, you're talking to a bunch of capitalists and an angry patriot. That's cool. Like, we're not going to change your mind. You're probably not going to change our mind. But what we're solving for is the truth. The reality is these reciprocal tariffs. What Pat asked you about. Are you familiar with the golden rule?
You want to?
Sam already explained this. He already explained. All Trump did was divide the trade deficit by imports. He started fucking tariffs. Are you kidding? Are they? Give a little listening. Hello.
No. Do you abide by the golden rule?
I mean, in my personal relationships, yes.
There you go. So the golden rule is: you want to do something to me, I'm going to do it to you.
Also, I don't know how to explain it to people. Other countries having tariffs on you is not actually a good justification for tariffing them, absent game theory where you where you eventually negotiate to freer trade, right? I'm gonna show you. This is a graph of tariffs. Okay. When there's no other country tariffing you. Okay. This is a graph of. This is a graph of tariffs. Okay. When no other country's tariffing you. Okay. You see this? It's a little cut off, but like you can see, the part is dead weight loss. Okay. Look at dead weight loss. Now I'm gonna show you a tariff of a reciprocal tariff. I'm going to show you a graph of what it looks like when you do a reciprocal tariff. You'll notice it's the same graph. It's the same fucking graph. There's still deadweight loss. There's still losses from tariffing other countries. It's still not good. Nothing the state does is in a price control, the legal structure for property, the budgeting, the winners and losers. I understand we lean towards open markets, but politics is winners and losers. I don't know if I would I'm going to call everything we do a price control, obviously. I mean, yeah, no, I always just say, like, definitionally, like, all of this shit is not price control. It even has, like, some influence on prices and some distortions, but...
Treat me fairly, I'll treat you fairly. If you're good with me, I'll be good with you. But
if you want to... fair.
Hold on, guy. If you want to actually take advantage of me, then all of a sudden we might have to have a economic war. And that's what's happening. So if you show up that list, I know you want to focus on the one random country that you can't name. Hold on.
Tell us how England is taking advantage of us.
Well, England is part of the UK. We understand that. But if you want to go...
Well, how is the UK?
What the fuck, dude? You can't infer. You can't have some basic logic here that he's referring to the UK.
Sam, hold on. When people talk, you listen. And then when you talk, I listen. That's how conversations go. You know that.
I'm just asking you to clarify.
Okay, I'm going to get there. So... the way that these tariffs work is if they're doing something to us, we'll do something to them. Rob, show the picture. So,
God, please, Sam already addressed this. You're not listening. What do you mean? Why are you asking Sam to listen? And the funny thing is, Sam just asked him to explain how the UK is ripping them off, and he's like, "Well, no, you have to listen. Pull up the image of the shit you already debunked." Like, not definitively, but it's all legal construct. Free markets is something we do to avoid the. I mean, I don't totally disagree with you there.
I would love to hear what you think. So all these countries have people living. All these countries, China, the EU, that's part of, all those countries over there. You get the UK over there, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, India. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people living in India, South Korea, Thailand. All these countries are charging us. Right. So the reality is, if you go through the numbers,
Sam already explained. No.
There's a whole list.
Sam, I need you to pay attention.
On the phone charging us. I got it.
Here we go now.
Whole list.
They're charging us way more.
90%.
Okay, what's the? Sam already explained this bullshit. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Hearts, clubs, diamonds, spades. I'm gonna guess clubs. Let's fuck.
To access their markets, then we are charging.
That's the whole point. Those are not tariffs.
Stop it. You're gonna have to.
Rob, do me a favor.
So we're charging on average 2.5%. The EU is charging on average 20%. Japan is 24%. China.
Hello? Hello? Can you listen? Hello? Hello? Hello?
So we're charging on average 2.5%. The EU is charging on average 20%. Japan is 24%. China 34%. Taiwan 32%. Vietnam 46%. These is what the numbers are. Now, if you have different numbers, I'd love to see them. But the reality is, some of these countries are our friends, and some of these countries
Okay. He's just not gonna listen. He just doesn't care. He just like lying. He just
are foes. And as Trump says, if you want to listen to what Trump says, in many cases, many of our friends are a lot worse. He cited Australia won't even let us sell U.S. beef. So all these situations are actual numbers. He talks about the golden rule. There's a similarity there. The golden age of America is what he's talking about, because this is a way to bring down our deficits, to reduce taxes. I'm
gonna fucking lose it. We're gonna raise so much revenue. We're gonna reduce our deficit. This is a way to reduce taxes. How do you utter those two things within 5 seconds of each other? What the fuck are you on? You're just lying. You're just lying. This guy knows he's lying. He know what type of fucking hello?
I'd love to hear golden age of America is what are actual, because this is a way to bring down our deficits, to reduce taxes. I would love to hear if you had a better idea.
Bring down our deficits.
Yeah, Sam's gonna mention it. Like,
these are trade deficits.
Okay.
So we have a trade deficit with.
Oh, my bad. He meant trade deficits. Oh, okay. Is he ever? He's not gonna be able to elaborate why trade deficits are bad. Trade deficits in goods, not even on the whole, are bad. But okay.
Canada of $200 billion a year. They charge us in many cases 200-300% for dairy. Okay, Mexico is an example.
No, they do not. No, you're absolutely 100% wrong on the dairy. No. Your dairy thing is absolutely wrong.
You think
I believe Sam is right. I believe that's only if we input, or it's like a quota system. So like any dairy imported above a certain threshold is tariffed, and we never even reach that threshold. Oh, fuck.
Dairy thing.
Yes, this is not. There is not. Yes, Trump lied. There is not a single pint of
just
milk
like you lied
of dairy
about
that goes.
How many countries don't have people? Pretty sure India's got a couple people.
That dairy goes to Canada. We don't. If we sell a certain threshold, tariffs are applied, but we don't reach that threshold ever. There are not a dollar.
Because it's too damn expensive to access the marketplace. No. Anyway, I'm talking about.
Are you fucking stupid?
Sweeping tariffs. You're talking about being a milkman. What I want to understand is why don't you
don't
think?
Care about any of the facts at all? It's
Sam,
hilarious.
Don't BS me.
No, it's hilarious.
I used to think
Google
like you.
dairy. Google dairy
Sam,
tariffs to Canada.
Fuck your dairy.
You brought up dairy.
Dude, what the hell, man? Canada tariffs our dairy. No, it's a quota system. We never reached that. We never reached the quota, so no, they don't. Fuck your dairy, Sam, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
But you want to go? I'm giving one example. You want to have?
That's the only example you gave.
Auto industries. They're charging us 25%. We're now doing a minimum tax 10% across the board. So
minimum, but in other places,
I think that actually the 10% across the board actually exempted Canada and Mexico. But okay. Jesus, liberate the callous and supply management comebacks.
It's Vietnam.
Let me ask a simple question. So, the whole thing Adam just said, it could have been simplified to we have around $1 trillion of trade deficits. Would you like to fix that?
Part of the reason why we have those trade deficits is because A, we keep our dollar strong. B, because there are bigger customer bases.
This is it's true. I actually don't think the he says we keep our dollar strong. People kind of just want to hold U.S. dollars independent of what the U.S. government does. Like the fact that we're the world reserve currency doesn't even have like that much to do with government policy. It just has to do with the fact that a lot of people around the world use dollars, and other people that makes other people want to use dollars because that's the widely accepted thing, right? Like that's not a like government policy influencing that necessarily. And I mean, it's just a safe asset to hold generally. So like people want to hold it. But yeah, that's partly true. I don't think the largest reason for a trade deficit is because our dollar is strong. I think the largest reason is actually just because we're such a good place to invest in, and a trade deficit is offset by the financial account surplus, right? So really net capital inflows. Net capital inflows is equal to the trade deficit. So or they offset each other, equal and opposite amounts. So if a lot of people just want to invest in us, we're going to end up running trade deficits
in this country than in other countries. Our economy is based upon consumption.
But part of it is, because Sam is right. We consume a lot of shit. American consumers are rich. We have a lot of money to consume cheap goods from other countries.
Countries' economy improved. Don't you think we have the leverage to ask more from them.
I think, again, I think tariffs work if there is a specific industry.
Yeah.
We saw this in the CHIPS Act, right? There were carrots and there were sticks.
Mr. Charlie says that MT also doesn't believe money in money as a commodity. Is that unironic?
In the CHIPS Act. We want to onshore.
It wouldn't surprise me if Sam was actually secretly MMT or something, or not secretly MMT, but leaned MMT.
Production in this country, both for economic reasons, but also like long-term national security
for
reasons.
Example,
and so what you do is you provide incentives and disincentives.
Have you ever negotiated a deal with anybody?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess so.
You do. And are you a decent negotiator? Are you a bad negotiator? Are you a horrible negotiator? What would you put yourself as a negotiator?
It depends on the context.
Okay.
Trump is the ultimate negotiator. Is that the line? Is that?
Do you try to find a way to negotiate where both sides win, like a fair negotiation?
Yes.
Okay. So this is.
What do you think free trade is? What do you think free trade is? It's both sides winning. Both sides winning, dude.
Newsweek. It's a newspaper and outlet that's on the left. But Rob, if you can go all the way to the top. Okay, this is a Newsweek outlet. So full list of countries of reciprocal tariffs. This is from today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yesterday it was updated today. Okay. Yep. Go a little bit lower, Rob, if you could. So let's just kind of go. No. Let's just start from the top and see what it says. So it talks about the Liberation Day. Great.
Dude,
Got it. Why it matters. Tariffs remain in place until U.S. narrows a 1.2 trade imbalance recorded last year. That means.
Why does it? Okay, doesn't matter. By the way, dude, I think it's Patrick like David is his name, right? This guy's an unbelievably stupid understanding of the trade deficit. He doesn't understand the balance of payments 101. He has a video where he's like, imagine I'm your fucking I work with you and I give you clients to sell to, and we have a business relationship. And I'm supposed to give clients to you too. But I never give you to clients. Is that a good relationship? Well, that's basically what's happening with the trade deficit. It's like, no. It's really not. It's really not, buddy. He's fucking retarded. Like, I think he basically probably has a worse understanding of the trade deficit than Trump does, honestly. Like,
we're making
others
$1.2 trillion more than we're making. Okay, that's the imbalance. Okay, so this is new. Great. Got it. Why it matters. Tariffs remain in place until U.S. narrows a 1.2 trade imbalance recorded last year. That means we're making others $1.2 trillion more than we're making. Okay, that's the imbalance. Okay, so this is Newsweek.
I literally, I don't even know what to say to that. I don't even know what to say to that. I don't even know what to say to that. That is not what it means. That's not. That I don't understand how you could even I don't even know how he got there. How he got to the trade deficit means that we're making people $1.2 trillion richer than we. I literally don't know how you got there. I have a trade deficit with my grocery store because I buy a lot of goods from my grocery store and they don't buy any goods from me. Does that mean I'm making the grocery store richer than I am? Like, no, because I get the goods that I want. What do you mean? It's a mutually beneficial relationship. It doesn't mean I'm being ripped off. And two, again, the trade deficit exists largely because the U.S. is such a good place to invest in. Investors want to invest their money here because the U.S. market has higher returns than other countries. Guys, if you go to nonfond.blog, okay? Nonfond.blog, and then you go to Canadian statehood presents a challenge for a protectionist, and you go to trade deficits aren't really bad. There's an explanation here. Look at this, the Economist article. If you invested at $10,000 in the American stock market at the end of the year 2000, you would have about $27,000 by the end of 2023. If you had invested in global equities, excluding America, you would have only had about $16,000. America's just a really good place to invest in. America's a good place to invest in. That increases trade deficit because anyone can go to ChatGPT and ask, does net capital inflows equal the trade balance? And it will tell you, yes. Does NCO, net capital inflows, equal NX? Or sorry, net capital inflow, no, alpha, no, it's right, sure. No, it works either way, but. That's crazy. That's crazy. Isn't it a equal exchange? Isn't it an equal exchange because 20 yards of linen equals 1 ounce of gold equals X dollar, or X product equals Y equals B? So what does trade deficit even mean? I don't know what you're trying to say, quite frankly.
The president said there was a
It means that we
baseline-
are buying more stuff from other places than they're buying from us.
Sure, yeah,
because we
that's true.
have the biggest consumer engine in the world.
Sure.
So it
And-
would make sense.
But okay, so if that's the argument, continue. Now then the next thing would be, hey, charge me the same thing I'm buying from you as you're buying from me. Let's keep that number the same number. Don't overcharge me for it.
Why?
It's very-
Why? Literally, why? Wait, sorry.
The next thing would be, hey, charge me the same thing I'm buying from you as you're buying from me. Let's keep that number the same number. Don't overcharge me for it. That's very...
How's that overcharging? How's that overcharging? Oh, dude, when will they invite me on to debate this shit? What the fuck? Get me on. What are you talking about, bro? What dog?
That is not a tough request that we're making. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Keep going. So the president's based on tariffs of 10% of all imports. Okay, great. According to chart, Trump held 34% on Chinese imports, 20% on goods, European goods. All that'll come up and go a little bit lower. That's the picture he's talking about. Keep going lower, Rob.
So it's ultimately going to be 54 plus another 10 on China.
Until we become reciprocal. Yes, the U.S. had an overall trade deficit of 918 in 2024, with the largest gaps coming from China, 295, EU, 235, Mexico, 172, Vietnam, 123. That's the numbers that we have there. Then Cambodia topped at a chart of 49% tariffs, followed by Madagascar, 47%, Sri Lanka, 40%.
Sam already explained. I don't understand how like, dude, what a fucking insane podcast setup where you invite one left-wing guy who doesn't even have a like laptop or anything, like, and you just, anytime he brings up a point, you're like, no, I'm not Googling that. Fuck yo dairy stuff. Like when he said Google, like just Google to see I'm right about the Canadian dairy tariffs. And they're like, no, fuck your shit. We're gonna Google our own shit, which agrees with us. You just have five people like circle jerking each other off to this one like left wing person that you think you can make look like an idiot, but
44%, Vietnam 46%. If these were the two countries you said they don't have people there, I think
shouldn't I put the word deficit in a term? Oh, deficit must be bad. Very true, blind samurai. Jesus fucking Christ! Like, dude, shit. The question I would ask these people is just, here's what I would say. I would say, Patrick, just real quick, we also have a financial account deficit. Do you think that we should get rid of our financial account deficit? And then presumably he'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, okay. So I'm going to say something that's going to blow your mind, okay? One of those accounts has to be in deficit unless we have perfectly balanced trade, but that's not feasible. It's not feasibly going to happen. One of those accounts has to be in deficit. That's how the balance of payments works. A trade deficit is offset by a capital account surplus. And that capital account surplus is investment coming to the U.S. That investment helps the U.S. That investment lets our government spend money for cheaper, borrow money for cheaper. It lets companies expand. It decreases the real interest rate, which makes it cheaper to borrow money for everyone. Like that investment is really good.
People there. So if we go a little bit lower, keep going. Here's a full list from Newsweek. China, tariffs charged to the U.S., 67%.
That's just not...
Us to them, 34%.
Sam is correct. Please
EU,
listen to
39%.
Sam, please.
The White House put out, and all economists are looking at this and going, what are they talking about?
Can fact check
Yeah, they're not going to put out false information.
Can fact check this. If not, 67%.
That's just not...
Us to them, 34%. EU, 39%.
This is the list that the White House put out, and all economists are looking at this and going, what are they talking about?
Can fact check
Yeah, they're not going to put out false information.
Can fact check this. If not, that's Newsweek. You don't believe in
President of the United States just held
you
up
believe
a thing.
in real news. So Taiwan, 60.
They, first of all, they released the equation they used, which they didn't even use correctly. Tim Pool starts a big channel. Dude, Tim Pool is Tim Pool needs someone to debate free trade. Okay, sign me up. He's got others. He got Gibbs on. He got Connor on. He got Fabian on. He's having Wick on and Lactoid on. I don't even know. How are you? I don't understand. How are these people this bad? How are they this? How is their brain this broken? Dog, they're not going to put out false information. Dog, Sam literally in the first 5 minutes of this debate explained what they did to get the reciprocal tariff rate. He explained these aren't the tariffs they're charging us. All this is the trade deficit divided by imports. And Sam is 100% right. The White House released their equation, and their equation is Well, technically, their equation is the trade deficit divided by imports plus two terms that cancel each other out. So it is exactly equal to the trade deficit divided by imports. And by the way, they misused their own formula. They cited the wrong number from one of the studies that they used. There's a thing in that formula, a variable in that formula that's supposed to represent the elasticity of import demand with respect to import prices. But they didn't do that, though. They cited the elasticity of import demand, or the elasticity of like import prices. Oh, sorry. I think it was this. Yeah, an elasticity import prices with respect to tariffs. They have 0.25 here. This is not correct. They accidentally cited, or maybe purposefully cited, because they wanted these two variables to cancel each other out. The elasticity import prices with respect to like or elasticity of retail prices with respect to tariffs. The mistake was citing the response of retail prices to tariff as opposed to import prices, as they should have done. The article to cite makes it clear that they find tariffs are passed through almost fully the U.S. import prices, while finding more mixed evidence regarding retail price increases. They just cited the wrong fucking number because they're insanely incompetent and retarded. And probably wasn't even a person. It's probably ChatGPT. Like, unironically, there's no like strong evidence for this other than if you ask ChatGPT to come up with a way to calculate reciprocal tariffs, it gives you that formula. They could have unironically just used ChatGPT to come up with this fucking formula. Like,
B2. Japan,
how bad it is.
46.24. India, 52.26. Who the hell negotiate? Look at, by the way, each one of them is almost 2x. 26 times 2 is 52. 25 times 2 is 50. 36 times 2 is 72. 31 times 2 is 62, but they did 61. 32 times 2 is 64. Malaysia, 24.47. Go a little bit lower, 49.97. 10.10 UK were the same. So South Africa, 30.60. Brazil, 10.10. Bangladesh, 37.74. 2x. If these numbers are true, Sam, let's say somebody on the left. Okay.
They're not, Sam already explained to you they're not true. Also, I'm rage quitting because I lost all my money.
Fact checks this, and this is someone that's a person you respect. If these numbers are accurate, what do you say then?
I'm going to read from CNBC since you guys won't Google this. Many observers.
Yes, thank you, Sam. Yes, thank you. Yes.
So the U.S. appeared to have divided the trade deficit by imports from a given country to arrive at tariff rates for individual countries.
What's the title?
So this was really weird. So in the first episode of Devil May Cry, they had this character in the beginning of the show. There's no way, right?
The radical left is already using this to push their agenda that America should step down from our role as quote-unquote global policemen.
With tech like that, it was probably the Russians.
Now, the government, the corporates that own it, and their loyal propagandists in the news media want you to blame the Russians. How stupid do they think we are, folks? Huh?
This was a strike against God himself.
Carried out by sophisticated...
I don't know, guys. What do you think? Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay.
Google CNBC. How did the U.S. arrive at its tariff figures?
Go for it. We're not uncomfortable showing clips. Just say it, he'll pull it up. So which part do you want it to read?
Well, scroll down.
Yes, you are. You shut them down.
Number two. Many observers said the U.S. appeared to have divided the trade deficit by imports from a given country to arrive at tariff rates for individual countries.
Many observers.
Such methodology doesn't necessarily align with conventional approach to calculate tariffs. I mean, they just made up what the tariffs were.
No.
Sam.
Okay, maybe their methodology
Sam, but
is different. But what are the actual tariffs?
This is my question, though. I actually want to know.
It's like 2%. It's like closer to maybe 10% for like some developing countries, but for our advanced allies, it is like literally 2%. It's sometimes it's not even more than we tariff than we tariff them. Like, although it's gonna be fucked up now. I don't know yet. Okay, it hasn't updated yet, but eventually China is gonna have a fuck ton of tariffs on us. Like if all the EU countries are 1.64, like some of the developing countries are kind of high, like India, you can see 6.2. I think we have 104% on China, and then I don't know what they have on us. Actually, we have 125% on China. I don't know what they have on us right now, but it's a lot.
This year, Rob, you can ask Grok to fact check it. You can go under Charlie Kirk.
Ask Grok to fact check it. Oh, I hate these people. Oh, first of all, Grok would tell you probably the same thing Sam did, which is, hey, guess what? They divided the trade deficit by imports, and that's a fucking dumbass thing to do. But oh my God, I hate these people. I hate these people. I hate these people.
And just happened, Grok, is this accurate, these numbers? You can go to ChatGPT, that's ran by Sam Altman, who is an enemy of Musk, and see what that one says. You can fact check both of them. This is all I want to ask you to see what's your credibility with being able to reason. If those are correct, that they are charging us more taxes than we are, what do you think is the right thing to happen? If those numbers...
They're not charging. Kill me. Dude, he knows we're not the ones that pay the tax. Right. Right. Especially because these are like mostly smaller countries tariffing us, and they don't even really have the ability to affect world prices. We actually do have the ability to affect world prices. A lot of other economies don't, but...
Are correct.
I think we should look at what industries we want to build in this country. Car industry, let's say. Let's say we want to build solar panels, which is one that I would choose. Just as an example, we could go down the list, right? And I would also look at, like, okay, what regions do we have in this country that need more jobs, more manufacturing? And then I would target tariffs, not necessarily on the whole country that's coming in, but I would target on those products coming from a given country, because that is what is called a plan.
Does it matter
as opposed
what the
to this?
product is? No,
Absolutely.
So you're willing to pay more you're willing to allow the other person to tax you more for product you're buying than you're doing it to them? Who needs to more?
They're not. They're not taxing me.
Hang on a second. The reciprocal tariff is simple. It's saying if you charge me an additional 30, let's match it. I'll do 30 as well.
The point is that when let's say China has a 50% tariff on our cars.
Yes.
Okay. And they do that because they want to build their car industry. It is not going to create inflation in China because they have such a high tariff on our car. We may have, and certainly by we mean corporate America.
Politicians.
And maybe
Not corporate America.
It's corporate America.
It's politicians.
Listen, I saw in the 90s like how corporate America was so freaked out by Tiananmen Square. But I'm telling you,
my question is, if that's accurate, if those numbers are accurate, that we're
I'm not going to punish the American people with a regressive tax because you have some literally elementary school notion of fairness.
Elementary school.
Honestly,
if those are true, okay, on them charging us more, would you sit there and support?
They're charging more for our products to get in there.
Do you think it's fair for us to pay twice as much as we're charging them? Do you think
how is your brain that's broken? 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 Like, dog, what do you? Also, it's the position. It's so dumb. It's his position that free trade is good. It's just like unfair. Because I don't know. Seems like this guy just tends to like generally be opposed to free trade in the first place. I don't know. It seems like he's argued before that like, oh, free trade is going to have all these negative effects. But now all of a sudden, like it's he's doing the thing. Like we have to use tariffs to get to free trade, which is bad. Like,
I don't think that fairness has anything to do with it. What's best for the American
person? That claims you're a fair guy.
What's best for the American public?
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Who needs you more? Does YouTube need you, or do you need YouTube?
I probably need YouTube.
Why do you need?
Can it be mutually beneficial? But I was to see how the stock market swung up and down like 4 times. Yep, dude, I saw allegedly. People suspect that there's actually insider trading going on because they were like it's like right before people were like buying stocks right before Trump announced the tariff pause, which obviously swung stocks up a lot.
YouTube more
because they have a lot of other people they can go to.
Oh, thank you. Who needs 2 more? America? Do you need the American customers, or do we need Bangladesh? Who needs 2 more?
We better hope that a lot of these countries don't. I mean, Canada is starting to develop a different relationship.
Is it not? How broken is your brain? Like, is it mutually beneficial? Could it not be the case that it's mutually, even if one side benefits more, which is possible? In fact, that's likely the case with, again, a lot of smaller developing countries. They probably benefit more from trade than we benefit from trade with them. But, like, it's still mutually beneficial. There's still mutual benefits. We're still better off for trading with them.
With China. I mean, this is going to ruin a lot of...
It's going to bring jobs to America. This is why Apple said I'm investing.
No, how broken is your brain? 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 It's not good. Again! What are these? Now we're on the getting jobs to America point. Weren't we just on the oh wait, fuck. Wait, how do I get seeds? I forgot.
think 500 billion here. This is why
CHIPS Act.
UAE said 1.4 trillion. This
CHIPS
is why Saudi said 600 billion.
Again, tariffs shift investment from unprotected sectors towards protected sectors. They don't actually increase net investment. $1 trillion social media tariff troll. What the? Oh, Walter Bloomberg. Yeah, I saw this. Yeah. I didn't see this video, but.
And this is why
What do
all
I
these companies
recognize
said
this
hundreds
guy
of billions.
from?
From your
Why are they
mouth to
saying
God's
that?
ear. I
But
hope
why are they
this goes
saying that
well.
though? Why are they saying that?
I hope this goes well.
But why do you think? Why did Rolls-Royce say we're going to move our different plants that we have from Mexico, Canada, and China to U.S.? Why are they saying that? Why are they saying that? These are jobs for
Didn't they? I think they also announced that they were gonna. Or it might not have been Rolls Royce, but there are other car companies that announced that they were gonna lay off people. Again, we have good reason in theory to believe that trade decreases jobs in net because of opportunity cost, right? It draws resources away from protected sectors. If you do a tariff, you're gonna, for example, again, hurt the export sector. If you do broad-based tariffs, you tariff intermediate goods, which is effectively just the same as taxing the business, right? Like you're increasing the cost of doing business. You increase the cost for companies to buy the materials they need to produce the goods they produce. And that hurts the business. That hurts wages. That hurts jobs. And every empirical study confirms this. We have studies over 50-year periods from 151 different countries. The IMF did. Tariffs decreased employment. We have studies from tariffs in Trump's first term. Tariffs decreased employment. We have studies from George Bush's tariffs. They decreased employment. We have studies from Obama's tariffs. They decreased employment. We have studies from other countries where tariffs decrease employment. Tariffs don't help jobs on net.
Your American people that are not getting paid. Trump's trying to get those people jobs. Why don't you support it?
There may be.
Also, unemployment in America is at like 4%. Like this isn't even a.
Maybe some benefit in terms of like manufacturing, but overall.
Sam, why? Sam, why? Sam, why? Sam, why?
You're going to have a regressive tax on America.
If you
it's not targeted. When you target cars, I agree with you. Tariffs have a place, but there's no plan here. The idea of just blanket fairness doesn't mean anything because you're forcing Americans.
Dude, the guy's done more in the first 60 days than the last previous 4 presidents, not including.
And I hope the courts continue to inhibit what he's doing.
Sam, just to build on what Pat was saying, Apple promising to invest $500.
By the way, I hate the Apple thing so much. Anyway, oh fuck! What was I gonna say? Oh fuck!
$100 billion.
That's their job.
Sam, just to build on what Pat was saying, Apple promising to invest $500 billion. SoftBank, Oracle, $500 billion. Nvidia.
SoftBank, by the way, is a foreign firm, which again is funny because if you know basic accounting, you know that SoftBank investment actually probably increased the trade deficit because net capital inflows is equal to the fucking trade deficit. If other countries want to invest a ton of fucking money into us, that causes a trade deficit. That basic accounting. Again, the trade deficit is offset by financial account surplus, by capital inflows.
TSMC, the Semitic, $100 billion, $200 billion, Meta, $500 billion, Eli Lilly.
And again, none of this. There's got to be a more updated metric of this. A lot of this, again, Apple may be investing, but it probably means other companies aren't investing. That's again, tariffs don't actually cause like a net increase in investment or like a net increase in output. They just shift investment from one sector to another. So I was looking at the, I mentioned this in because Tyler. I was debating Joy when we were debating, mentioned the same thing. If you actually look at, there's probably a better, more updated, a thing that actually updates this more often. But if you actually look at investment on net, this is a GDP Now forecast thing, which I think this is the last time they mentioned this, but the nowcast of first quarter real personal consumption expenditure growth and real private fixed investment growth fell from 1.3% and 3.5% respectively to 0% and 0.1%. This is a real private fixed investment growing 0.1% when it was previously growing 3%. Jesus, yeah. Obviously, the uncertainty, by the way, we have studies on this too. Uncertainty decreases business investment. So not only do tariffs decrease business investment on net, or I mean, in theory, I could imagine a case where they increase business investment on net, but you're going to be decreasing consumption or other saving in order to get that investment. But the uncertainty around the tariffs reduces investment.
27 billion. Johnson & Johnson, DMAX, CMA, CGM, Stellantis, GM, Hyundai. The list goes on. All these companies are basically saying we're going to bring back manufacturing jobs to America. Bringing back jobs will stimulate the economy. Isn't that good for America?
Part of why
it cost and net jobs again. I think Sam might mention this, but like, geez, again, for all the reasons I mentioned, it costs net jobs. It's not going to stimulate. I don't understand it. How broken are people's brains? Do you think do you think resources are free? This Iowa car crop is a nice intuitive example to give people. There are two technologies for producing automobiles in America. One is to manufacture them in Detroit, and the other is to grow them in Iowa. Everyone knows about the first technology. Let me tell you about the second. First, you plant seeds, which are the raw materials from which automobiles are constructed. You wait a few months until wheat appears, then you harvest the wheat, load it on the ships, and sail the ships eastward into the Pacific Ocean. After a few months, the ships reappear with Toyotas on them. International trade is nothing but a form of technology. The fact that there's a place called Japan with people and factories is quite irrelevant to America's well-being. To analyze trade policies, we might as well assume that Japan is a giant machine with mysterious inner workings that convert wheat into cars. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology is a policy designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over American auto producers in Iowa. A tax or ban on imported automobiles is a tax or ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. If you protect Detroit car makers from competition, then you must damage Iowa farmers because Iowa farmers are the competition.
Let me tell you why I respect Sam. You know why I respect Sam?
Can be helpful.
Here's why I respect Sam.
We're not going to get huge banana production in the United States.
But now true as well. True. I don't think Sam's mentioned the intermediate good thing, but like there's just a lot of like a lot of goods that just can't be made here, and it doesn't make sense to tariff them. And there are a lot of goods that are used to make other goods, and it doesn't make sense to tariff them because that's just the same as taxing the business. You don't even help businesses in the case where you tariff intermediate goods like you ordinarily would with a regular tariff in a final good. You would help whatever domestic business produces that good here. With intermediate goods, you don't even do that. Like
the cost, an extra 10, 20%.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
But he's not going to give you credit. He's not. You don't understand. He just said earlier, I'm not going to give my money to a private corporation.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He just told you
I said
earlier.
I'm not going to give it to Clear at the airport.
No, you said private corporation.
I have TSA pre. Why would I give it to the private?
We can go back and play what you exactly said. This is recorded. So for me, I'm already at a point that I ask you if it's the same.
Maybe Americans belong in their natural habitat of factories, and the Japanese should be eating more rice and less wheat. Truth.
These numbers are accurate. Do you support it?
No.
I would go. Okay, so no matter what Trump does, you're not going to support.
No, I would support targeted tariffs.
If trillions of dollars are going to be invested in the U.S. economy to create jobs, you don't support that.
What's that?
If trillions of dollars of money is going to be invested,
I'm going to shoot myself. You just shift investment. You shift investment. You're not going to again. There's opportunity cost to think. The resources being used to make these plants in America have opportunity costs. Every American working in a steel factory is an American that could have been working for Apple. Every American, like Apple's an engineer, not like Apple screwing in assembling iPhones. Jesus. Every American making shirts is an American that could have been working for Microsoft.
invested into our economy to create jobs. You don't support that.
No,
you want that money to go to the 10 million illegal immigrants that came here that was open order on
True.
And by the way, the fact that you're open about it and you're honest about it, great.
Okay.
At least you're not playing games. At least you're saying that's who I am. I would much rather give my money to TSA because it's a government entity than Clear. It's private. I would much rather give my jobs to illegal immigrants than give the jobs
Clear
to
is
Americans.
also like double the price.
Wow.
It is. At least you get what you
that's
pay
now
for,
you're
right?
changing how the argument goes.
I even had a problem, to be honest with you, paying TSA pre because it is sort of just creates two-tier system.
Would you be comfortable if there was no Clear and no TSA pre-check and everyone just had to be exactly the same, just everyone TSA?
I mean,
would you be comfortable with that?
Comfortable in this? I mean, the way that it was.
There's
before?
no paying for anything. There's no Clear.
I do think
there's
it's
no TSA
unfair
pre-check.
to people who
Everyone
can't
just
afford to pay that they have to wait in line and that rich people get to fly through. I do struggle.
Did you fly first class on the way here?
No.
Have you ever flown first class?
Back in my show business days.
What an elitist you are. Have you ever flown private?
They would pay.
Have you ever flown private?
No.
So everyone should be the same. Everyone should just do TSA. Everyone should fly economy. It's very unfair if some people are doing better than others.
I get it now. Agree
now.
that it is a little unfair that money will get you through that line at the airport, which is like supposed to be mass communication. I mean, mass transportation. Yeah, I do think it's
what? Do you only take the regular basic Uber?
Do I only take the regular
basic Uber?
Lyft?
Uber Lyft? Do you never use the black? You never use the SUV?
I did to come here.
What an
That was you
elitist
guys.
you
That was the one you sent.
Oh, so you won't pay out of pocket, but if someone will pay for you.
But wait, there's one thing. But
So you're a straight up communist. I love it.
Hold on, there's one thing that you
Thank
said that
I respect the fact that you're here. You're just espousing socialist communist ideas. Massive respect for you coming here. You can embrace it. It's all
the
good.
one thing that kind of just
say
brushed
that's who
over.
I am.
No, is you
Fine.
saying that you hope that these judges keep interfering with Trump's agenda, which is you're basically cheering for unelected bureaucrats to go against the will of the people. Like you're hearing yourself. That's not the
Dog, God, dude. Dude, fuck these people. These people don't care at all, by the way. When Republicans would hardcore fucking judge shop in Texas, one of the Texas district judges to stop any of the shit Biden did. Dog, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, I mean, judges are unelected, but they are appointed. Second of all, if Congress wants to change the authority of judges, they can do that. Congress, under the Constitution, has the authority to change the rules about what judges judges out of the Supreme Court can like affect and everything. They can change their jurisdiction and shit. And I would support that because again, under Biden, you guys didn't even do what Democrats did, because Trump has done actually way more insanely questionably legal shit than Biden has done. Biden was not doing invoking the Alien Enemies Act to do summary deportations without giving immigrants due process. Biden just tried to cancel student loan debt, which eventually the Supreme Court did rule illegal. But like, or at least through the mechanism he did it at first, right? But Jesus, yeah. Yeah, dude, Biden was not dismantling agencies unilaterally. Like Biden did not have the Doge shit going on, and you guys still judge shopped again. It was like Texas Fifth Circuit or whatever, I think, where there was really only like one judge, and that judge was super conservative. So basically, conservatives knew that if they were able to get their like complaint filed in that circuit, they would have like a really high chance of winning and getting like an injunction to get the federal government to stop whatever they were doing before a higher court could rule on it, and usually come down on the side of Biden. But
democracy, that's a power grab. So you're happy with all the judges and all the law firms going after Trump? Yeah, those are like the guys. You're cool with that? So if that happens to your guy?
I am cool with judges appointed by Bush and Obama and Biden and Trump stopping the unelected bureaucrat Elon Musk from shutting down key functions of our government. Yes.
Okay, our government has been broken for, like, what has anybody done to fix any of the problem?
God.
All the money going, all the everything. The fact that you're happy with them trying to, Sam, this is the will of the people. How many, 70-some million people? You can laugh all you want, but you're happy with judges interfering with what the president of the United States has been tasked to do. He has a mandate, he's kicking ass, and I feel, Sam,
I will quote from Elon Musk. This is a referendum on Trump. This is a referendum on Doge. This is a referendum on Musk. And 2 nights ago, he got clobbered in Wisconsin. And he was there on the ground in front of a big American flag, telling lies about Social Security and the American people in Wisconsin. Not all, 60% of the people in Wisconsin, this purple state, basically said go home. Enough so that Trump has to leak that he's going to get rid of Musk and kick him out. I don't think he actually will. But he felt the sting enough that he realizes he has to do that because Doge and Musk, and I suggest Trump, very unpopular. I mean, obviously we're talking a margin, right? Because there's going to be 45% of people who are going to be in favor of whoever the Democrat is and 45% who are going to be in favor of whoever the Republican is. But on the margins, yes, 6 months ago it was different, but today it's very different, I think.
But Sam, and here's the thing. Okay, so Trump is done after this, right? 4 years, he's gone.
You promise?
Well, he's going to be gone. Like, he likes to troll all you guys. You guys all lose your minds, and I get it. But what? Here's my thing. Again, and this is going back to the beginning. What are you guys offering? What is your side saying? Okay, besides the Trump evil Hitler, because that shit didn't work, your side literally called him Hitler, and the guy got shot in the freaking head. Okay, that's your party.
That's all Democrats offered. What child tax credit? Like, what healthcare reform? What?
Okay, who are you guys going to put up? Who is it? Because it looks like it's going to be Gavin Newsom. He's podcast, all this shifting to the other side. You guys literally
kind of doubt it's going to be Gavin Newsom.
I would bet you any amount of money that it's not Gavin Newsom.
It's going to be the front runner for this upcoming.
I will bet you any amount of money that the nominee in 2028 will not be Gavin Newsom.
Not yours is going to be running.
Guys, place your bet.
Yeah, let's
$100.
$100?
That's all?
Let's do $500.
Oh, look at this.
No, $500.
Look at 400.
No, don't be a pussy.
Adam, shut your freaking mouth. I bet you $500 all the freaking time. Bet in the middle at 250 right now. I still want to know who do you think?
Hold on.
In 2028, in 2028, who is right now? I know it's a while out. Who in 2028 is going to be the front runner for the Democratic Party? If it's not going to be Gavin Newsom, who that slithering snake is making the move to do it? Who is it going to be? I'm very curious.
I will bet you 1,000 it won't be Gavin Newsom, but you're stuck.
No, go ahead.
I don't know. I think there's a chance that like if I had to guess, and this is not necessarily who I would support, and I'm going to wait. I don't really, to be honest with you, I have spent zero time thinking about 2028. But if I had to guess, I would say somebody. No,
dude, I was promoting I was promoting the shrimp welfare project in some private, like the streamer group chat DM that we have for setting up debates and stuff. Promoting the shrimp welfare project today.
Pritzker, Whitmer.
Pritzker. A billionaire. You're comfortable with the fact that he's a billionaire?
No.
Someone's so bad at debate when he's
like I said,
not.
I'm just guessing based upon like what I'm seeing out there.
I don't think he's been bad here. I think he's done pretty decent, especially considering the bullshit. This fucking bullshit circumstance that he's in. Where these people like refuse to fucking Google like what he tells them to Google. It's like they're just lying and they're just not listening to him.
Buttigieg, also not a fan. I think he's going to run. I think, like you say, Newsom's going to run. I would imagine there's going to be a couple of people in Congress who are going to run.
You guys are there.
I don't know if I could, even in a list of people that I would name, I would feel that confident that I would know who would win.
So if you could root, Mullen have been dead for so long.
That's funny. If you could root for one person, like just like I would like to see this person.
Is he going to say AOC?
Bernie?
Yeah, well, no, Bernie's too old. He's
so
not
AOC?
No, I mean, AOC, I don't think would win.
So who's your person? If you could put your money on one person.
That's my point. They don't have anybody. That's my point.
No,
they have nobody.
I don't speak for the Democratic Party.
Exactly. I'm asking Sam Cedar. I'm not asking the Democratic Party.
I want to see.
You got to have someone in mind that you would like to see.
I think Murphy's also going to run. I want to see what people like. Who shows up with what?
I'm not even speculating. I'm asking who would you want to see? You?
No. But
you don't have anybody.
Yeah,
saying Google is not a point. What happened was they were talking about supposed tariffs on Canadian or on dairy entering Canada, and Sam was like, "You're lying because that tariff only applies once Canada imports a certain amount of dairy from the U.S. and we never reach that threshold, so." That tariff never actually applies. And he was like, Google it, like just Google it to make sure I'm right. And they just like did not Google it.
You don't understand?
Really?
Yeah, I want to see who's going to.
You're a big podcaster. You don't have one person you'd like to see
to be president?
Yes.
It really depends, like on.
Just give me a name.
I don't have like.
How do you not have a name?
Well, that was my point. They don't have anybody, bro. That's the whole point.
Professional podcaster, progressive, democratic, socialist. You don't have one person you'd like to see.
Like to see as president?
Himself. I vote for Sam. That's it.
I mean, I'm curious. I'd be curious, like. If I just don't know enough about like someone like Andy Bashar.
Okay. But you know enough of who you like. Just say who you like.
I don't have that kind of relationship with politicians.
You don't know their names? You don't know their names?
I've had on the show.
Come on, Sam, bro. Do better. Just say a name. We'll move on.
Jasmine
AOC?
Crockett.
No, I don't like her policies.
Who do you like?
I mean, Jim McGovern from Worcester, Mass.
There we go. Jim McGovern. There we go. Congratulations, Jim McGovern.
I don't think
there's our boy. Future president of the United States, Jimmy McGovern.
Get it,
Jim. Making America great.
Let's go to the next story. I'd like to do two more.
He's a great, actually, congressman.
No doubt. He's got a chance.
Texas high school football star.
You should also keep an eye on Pat Ryan. I mean, there's some stuff I disagree with him on policy, but he's also pretty good up in the 18th.
All right. Now you know names. I love it.
Texas high school football star Austin Metcalf stabbed in the heart, left to die in twin brothers' arms at track meet. This is a very, very difficult story.
Remember when they were talking about trade
deficits?
Want to chat tariffs? I mean, I can in a second. I want to finish this.
And Vinny, maybe you want to preface what happened with the story.
Okay,
here.
so they
wait.
allegedly they went.
They're done. Okay, I guess we're talking about this now. God, that's fucking insane, dude. Fuck these people. Actually, fuck these people. If they were complaining that no one would come on their show, I'm not that big, but if you guys want me on your show to debate these fucking tariffs, Jesus. Yeah, let me on, and you fucking retards will be demolished.
You're a smart Cuban. No, it's it's the worst thing. You should never do it. Trump, my favorite word in the dictionary is tariffs. Everybody's talking about trade deficits, trade surplus. How the hell does this thing work out? I'm going to explain to you tariffs in a way that you can explain to anybody moving forward. You ready? Let's just say I am an accountant, and I need.
Yeah, this is his understanding of what the trade deficit is.
Referrals. I want you to give me clients because I need to grow my business. Let's say you sell auto insurance, and we need each other. We're friends. We're networking at a local chamber of commerce event. We say, hey man, you give me one referral, I'll give you a referral. You want to kind of share some clients together? Let's do it. No problem. So all of a sudden, a month later, I've given you 5 referrals. You've given me 0. I have a referral deficit of -5. You have a referral surplus of +5. Trade deficit, trade surplus. You get the idea? Now think about it. If a year later, 5 years later.
First of all, again, there are plenty of cases where if we, think at a grocery store where we find it perfectly acceptable and mutually beneficial to have this type of trade deficit or whatever. And Jesus fucking Christ, again, the financial account surplus, a trade deficit is offset by a financial account surplus. A trade deficit is offset when we supply China dollars because we have a trade deficit, China can do one of two things with those dollars: buy U.S. goods or invest in the U.S. They choose to invest in the U.S., and that investment in the U.S. creates jobs. It is beneficial. It lets the U.S. government borrow money for cheaply. It lets businesses borrow cheaper. It lets it increases wages. It increases workers' productivity. Well, it increases workers' productivity and therefore wages. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. You shouldn't want less investment in the U.S. You should want more investment in the U.S. And by the way, this whole Matt Iglesias made this point on Twitter. I saw. It's obviously better to focus on, even if you want this kind of like mercantilist view set of like manufacturing and exports and all that shit. It's way better to focus on gross exports than it is to focus on trade deficits. It's obviously more conducive to a strong manufacturing export sector if you export $2 billion worth of goods but import $3 billion worth of goods. That's a $1 billion trade deficit. Than if you say exported $20 worth of goods and imported $20 worth of goods, or imported $10 worth of goods. You'd have a trade surplus in that scenario, but obviously it's a lot more important to have these large export sectors than it is just to have balanced trade or trade surplus. Jesus. Not one is a soy boy who opposes sending men into factories to make them more manly, literally against male rights. This is true. This is true, actually. I am too estrogen. I support free trade because there's too much estrogen in my body.
You and I are giving referrals to each other. I sit down and I look at the numbers and I said, wait a minute, Johnny, I've given you 1,100 more referrals than you've given to
Like, I don't even know. Like, I don't even.
Me? Do I look like a dummy to you? Why do I keep giving you referrals and you give me nothing in return? You're like, well, I take care of your clients when you send them my way. What's wrong with that? I show them, I want to make some commission. I'm not making any money on this deal. It doesn't matter. I'm taking care.
So fucking stupid. Unbelievably stupid. I'm glad to see the top comments are anti-terror people. Jesus. When are you coming out as trans? Whenever I need the OnlyFans to start making money. Jesus, we're fucked. Who forced him to make this video? I don't know, man. How many... Does he have a Twitter? Hold on, I'm gonna tweet about it. I'm shooting my shot from the moon. Okay. Does he have a personal thing? Just watch Sam Cedar. At Patrick. But David. Terrace in a trade deficit. Holy shit. Admiral gives over non-fawn. What? I would say, like, in the Valley Timid crew. Terror said, holy shit, these people are retarded. If you want lefties for your show. There's no way they would accept that. You conservatives legit have a negative understanding of basic economics and trade. Surely let me on. Who got the Tim Pool feature? Just saying you aren't even a lefty. Holy shit. Stop the holy shit and retard. Drop. Oh, well. I don't know what you... I want to do that. A lot of people have been on Tim Pool. Gibson Prime were both on Tim Pool. I know that. Who was it? It was Fabian and Connor. Connor Points were on Tim Pool, and then I feel like there was one other. Oh, Wick and Lactoid are gonna be on Tim Pool. Can you get on Tim Pool? Probably not. I need to build the Prime Kai's bridge in order to be on Tim Pool. I think Prime Kai's is the one that sets all these people up. I would love to be on Tim Pool to debate him and whoever else the fuck on tariffs and trade. I don't know if I'm... Well, I guess, like, if Lactoid's going on it, I'm not really... Lactoid's not any bigger than me. What's up, Bisky? Maybe it's bigger than me. Fuck. But I have YouTube. Where's to compare? I'm a streamer. I must. I thought it was a compare option. But I have YouTube. I have 1,000 subs. He doesn't.
And 11. So when we're talking...
Fuck. I was just curious what Tom was up to. What is it? Is it like Dash? Okay. This. Fuck this shit. How are there no results? It's not even popular enough. Me, on the other hand, I actually have not been uploading, so it's not going to be impressive. Yeah, it's like 3 KB. I haven't uploaded in the last 2 weeks or something. Until today, I uploaded today. If we go back a little bit, there were no. I guess you can't. There were good when I actually upload. I can do good. Plus, he doesn't have Kick. I have Kick, Antrovo, and Twitter, but he's probably more popular than me than on Twitter as well. Borgadas. Go on. I'm not asking you'll be famous, but just give me my dues as a on air as a foundational philosopher of the post-Mao non-fundist socialism. Of course. Jesus.
Works out for us. It's not fun.
Yeah,
No
we
way.
were just talking about how bad you were.
No, I was talking
damn.
about how cool he was. He's a young, bright individual.
True.
Who's all about knowledge.
True.
And spreading that knowledge to others.
Very true.
It's like the equivalent of calling a stripper an entrepreneur.
A stripper is objectively an entrepreneur, but yeah, non-fun. You know, he's got knowledge. He wants to share it. That's just how it is.
Thanks for following, Mail
Question
Rights.
is,
I appreciate it.
Good knowledge.
I'd say so.
It's
I don't know
all
why it wouldn't
perfect
be.
knowledge.
It's all
I don't
like
even watch
objectively
his-
perfect knowledge.
I can't tell you. I go into
tell you.
that once every 3 months.
I'm gonna have to agree with non-fun here.
I have
It's perfect
knowledge that I have
He
perfect
has-
knowledge.
Yep. He has communed and he has been learned.
Non-fun, would you be open to the idea of just having me and Vegan on for like 4 hours to scream at each other about random topics that come to our head?
He wants to be in the limelight on somebody else's stream.
True.
Yeah,
I
I
told him
haven't
I'd be
done it in a
fine with
while.
it, but I told him he needs to find the streamer to do it, and I'm fine doing it.
Random topics? I don't know.
It's you or a titty streamer.
Well, you probably
well,
get more
titty
viewers
streamers
from
are
a
usually-
titty streamer.
The issue is that if his titty streamer has 1,000 viewers, they're going to be focused on the titties, and they're not going to care about two spurgs talking about the
Veganism,
intricacies of
no!
veganism and changes in religion over the past 200 years.
And
They're gonna-
circumcision.
And they're going to be focused on the titties. You know,
Oh,
it's
no.
you got to think of it from a realist standpoint.
What if we find an ugly titty streamer?
Do they have big titties?
No.
Is it a titty streamer at that point?
I mean, they're wearing the outfit for big titties. They just don't have big titties.
Non-fun, what's your take on that? They're ugly
I mean-
based on his subjective opinion, and they don't have titties. Are they a titty
No,
streamer?
objective.
I would say that they're like trying to be a titty streamer, but I don't think they're really a titty streamer. I think they're like
Okay, I'll ask Casey just to be sure.
Bisky said she would be willing to be a tribute to Try. That's fine by me. I'm willing to partake in any activity in
Wait,
regards
try
similar to
what?
this.
Like,
She would be the titty
would
streamer.
we sacrifice Bisky to non-fun to get a debate? Would that work?
Bisky, would you want to be sacrificed to non-fun? I would just
As
sit there with the
tribute.
camera.
As tribute.
Well, Bisky, would you be wearing a push-up bra? You'd be needing to wear like the fattest push-up bra possible. I think that would be it. I think we could pull it off with that. Non-Fon's just really trying to kill himself right there. Drown himself.
I thought it would
I don't know what
teleport me somewhere better, but it doesn't really. But
Okay, Bisky out here bragging. All right, so Bisky, you know what, Bisky? I'll reach out to you later here. We'll figure out a plan. It'll be Game
definitely,
Boy, me, and Bisky.
I will set up my own debate show at some point, just because like I don't have my own panel or anything, but I need to figure out what exactly I want it to be, because
You could pull off of what TB did 6 months ago.
I
He
could
kinda disappeared.
Yeah, get killed by the
I
Russians.
could just copy exactly.
But
what
he
did.
doesn't live in Russia, so he's a little safe in that regard.
Just say stuff like Taiwan's a country, and you'll have some government.
Can we bring
I
Pentuple? Pentuple will not come on my show. Even if he wasn't debating me, he hates me so much, I kind of doubt he would come on my show. By the way, Tyler, Average Debate Enjoyer, fucking hates me now too. Because apparently he thinks I didn't address his points, but I don't know. I rewatched the debate, and I feel like it's a guy I talked to yesterday about tariffs. He was on a WIC panel with me. His name is Average Debate Enjoyer.
I didn't catch that one.
But
I like tits too.
yeah.
If you hosted, you know what? After I got all of my life stuff sorted out, because I left the TB Discord, essentially all of Twitch Bowl back in September, October last year. I got all my stuff sorted out. I might be climbing back into it. So I might if you start going for that kind of debate, I guess I don't know what TB had set up, like tournament. He had his own little system set up. I think if you set up nice rules, you could probably kind of siphon a lot of the viewers, because a lot of the viewers watch you as well, or at least are associated with you in some metric.
Yeah.
You could probably get it going.
Probably. I just need to figure out Well, I mean, it's not much stopping me from doing it. I'm just lazy, but
Nani
I need to figure out.
I think you could do it. I mean, you could stick with non-fun. You could do the debate deathmatch, like
non-fun debate
presumably.
deathmatch, just like just completely.
I mean, to be honest, he probably was drafted into the war, and I think you're,
You should call
I'm
it
gonna be
the boss's death match and just call yourself the boss. If he comes back, I think everyone just wouldn't care. Really, it's not like you can do anything.
I think he would come. If he comes back, I think he'll come back and I'll try to make it a large event. Like, hey, bitches, I'm back. And then he'll have like 18 cuss words and a 30-word statement of come into my stream.
Yeah.
Well, before I do heroin, Nani-Fan, can you answer me a question? Do you believe there's objective morality?
Oh, non-fun. Let's hear his opinion.
I'm not like super committed to an anti-realist or realist position. I'd probably be, I don't know. I feel like realism, it makes a little more sense.
Hey,
kind of intuitively, but like I would really put like maybe like 55, 45 on that. Like I'm not really. I don't know. I think
55 is better than 50. We're taking it.
True.
He's taking it.
I really like it makes
Ed Nato,
sense
I beat you.
that like suffering.
Wait,
is
hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. No, hang on. Non-fun. Were you saying 55 as in 55% objective morality, 45% not objective morality? Was that what you said?
As in, like, I would have 55% confidence in objective morality, and 45% as in, yeah.
That's 2 to 1. That's democracy. I lost. Sorry, guys. I'm out of here.
I don't know. It just kind of makes sense to me that like suffering would have like intrinsic, like negative to it, and like pleasure would have some type of intrinsic.
Hey, Game Boy. Remember when we were talking about suffering and how some people were fine with suffering and others weren't?
Damn.
I think non-fun.
We're tied. Yeah.
He's so much on the fence right now.
I got one win. You got another win. I just think I got the bigger win. Right?
I mean, I guess from the standpoint where he said it was 55%, 45%, you get the win there. That's for sure.
Well, what do you think is what do you think is the justification for objective morality if like suffering doesn't have intrinsic value? Like, what's the
self-preservation of the human race? I mean, you can suffer without dying.
Sure. I still think that's bad.
Genghis Khan caused suffering to millions of people to kill them, and yet the human race continues to go on, right?
Yeah, but
why is I don't know, like why is self-preservation good?
Because people like to live, and giving them a choice to live is good.
But now we're
if
just
they
want
to die,
now we're just back
there's
to
a gun with one bullet.
But you're basing that on what people's preferences. Like you're basing it on their experience, which is kind of my point, which is like the experience is what matters.
Isn't that
like the
non-fun? He's arguing subjective morality right now. Maybe
Well, no,
but
it's
he's
not.
55% conscious.
Keep going, Game Boy. Keep talking. We'll see
I guess like so. My kind of intuition would tell me that like because experience is the only thing we can have intrinsic knowledge of, right? It feels like that's probably the best candidate for the thing that has like intrinsic value. Like I can't really have like intrinsic knowledge about like self-preservation of the human race. I don't even think you can have intrinsic knowledge about the human race. You kind of have to make some axiomatic like assumptions to get there. But like I can't have intrinsic knowledge of like suffering. like
well, all axiomatic assumptions have to be proven as if they're assumptions. Like an axiom is assumptions we all make. That's the
right. But I guess I just don't.
You're taking that off of what I just said from the math thing we talked about an hour ago, isn't it?
No, axioms are different from.
No, that's math is based off of axioms.
Well, math, yeah.
There's
Well,
still
yeah,
assumptions in
absolutely,
math.
but that's a form of axioms. There's axioms in morality too. That's how I know about it. I'm not good with math. I kind of dropped out.
Fair enough.
But anyway, before I leave, I just want to say I win, and also you would talk about preservation of the human race as relation to yourself, and you would just apply that to others, and thus for just trying to preserve yourself. If that happened to yourself, you would therefore try to avoid it, doing that to someone else.
But that's your subjective take, right?
Shut up, man. This is a 4-hour conversation.
Yeah, we've been going for a while.
Yeah, I was playing Minecraft.
I saw that my man Nonfon, my next vegan victim, was
Wait, guys, what's the suit of this card? Tell me suit. Fuck you.
Obviously, hang on, dude. Okay.
I got it right. Fuck you guys.
Heart.
I got it right. You guys are all too late, but I got it right anyway. I just got $10,000.
Okay, no, there's a delay. Hang on, you heard me say heart repeatedly, and then the thing flipped. It was literally one of every suit. To be fair.
I said heart. I
was screaming heart because it was a diamond and then a club and then a spade and then it was like, what's a suit? I screamed heart because it was the last one.
But I did say heart first.
That's true.
Well, point is, I got it right, and I'm rich, and y'all aren't.
He's rich as fuck. Non-Fon's rich as fuck.
I'm wasting my money.
I can't believe I'm number 2 donator for Non-Fon's stream. That's insane.
Just give more
that's
money.
crazy, guys.
That's
I mentioned one
do.
TTS in a chat.
I'm number 1 dono.
No, you're not. I know who it is, but I don't have money on my Venmo account at the moment, so I gotta wait a little bit. I gotta do a couple more.
I'll give you money. Just give me your Venmo real quickly.
You'll give me money to my Venmo, and then I can give it to Nonfon. I'll do that.
Yeah, as long as Nonfon pays me back.
Nonfon, you want to pay him back if I Venmo you some money?
I don't think this chain provides no utility.
Twitch gets money. Twitch gets money. I mean,
yeah,
that's
all the intermediaries
money.
get a few cents off of us, I guess. Yeah.
Hell
Venmo
yes,
gets to charge a fee.
Cash. I remember that night. I tried to donate to you like 30 times. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I was trying so hard, but then I finally got it.
If my Venmo bounces on Twitch, I will make sure to make a note of it and just mock Casey for it being his fault.
Yeah,
I don't know why it would be, but
you gotta do it.
I just don't like Casey.
I mean, Non-Fun, what's your opinion of Casey?
I have no issues with Casey. I don't know.
You haven't watched his streams.
Looks like 2 I don't cares versus 1 I don't like. Looks like we can't care about Casey. Sorry, gamer.
I don't know.
We got there.
Haven't.
I will send everyone in the chat his address for $5.
I have docs Non-Fun. I have literally every bit of information about him. I won't share it unless I'm given enough money that I will then donate to Non-Fun. So
I will donate.
It's all a matter of price.
Casey's doxing money to Non-Fun.
Yes, and then I will reveal all of that information.
Yeah, the money that goes towards Casey's address that's given to you will go to Vegan, who will give me Non-Fun's address, and that money will go to Non-Fun.
That's a good trade. Oh, Non-Fun's got somebody going. Oh, he's got to respond to somebody.
I'm checking the time and the weather.
I said that I was going to go to bed like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, Game Boy, you got to go to bed, and then you got to come up with another prompt of our discussion. Something you think about is, you delve deep into what we chatted about. Go on about that.
Let me message you something real quickly.
Oh god, it's already gonna be it's already gonna be a fucking spicy meme. Let's be real. You already sent me the meme of slur. I think you'll find I pronounced it very clearly.
I was gonna send you a typed out message of 4 big guys and they grabbing my thighs, blowing my guts like the 4th of July. If they keep fucking my butt, then I might just cry. Poop and soup spraying out
I
my
think
eyes.
that's gonna get non-fun. Temp kicked for a little bit
No,
there.
it won't.
Oopsies.
It might.
Oh, he's immune. Okay, who's that face in the background? Is that Bo Jiden with the red
yeah,
eyes?
that is Joe Biden. That is Dark
It's
Brandon.
Bo Jiden. It's Bark Drandon.
Yep.
Oh man. Give me a tour of your room here. You got that camera. I know you can move that camera because I see you sitting in your chair. I see your bed. I see your dresser. I see half of that little couch.
You can basically, I mean, if I do this, you can see like my whole room. I got my dresser.
Oh, there we go.
My
oh
book corner.
my god. Wait, there's 3 doors.
My bed. Yeah.
There's 3 doors. Explain the doors.
So this is just my closet.
You got a walk-in closet. This rich motherfucker. You get a walk-in closet.
It's not like that walk-in. Like it's.
Just open every single door
technically
so we can see.
He gets a walk-in closet. Holy shit, that's insane. It's a double door. Holy shit.
Jesus.
This man is swimming in wealth. He's going to another door. Let me guess. It's a fucking bathroom. It's a laundry
what is that
room.
monitor?
Basement. Oh, this is a Odyssey G9. It's an ultra-wide monitor. So it's like basically 2 monitors.
I can see your stream with that insane curve
guy-
on the monitor.
This guy has more money than me, and I'm 12 years older than him.
And all those books in the background weren't cheap. Give us a book tour.
Is it? Okay, it's a wired. It's a wired headset or wired.
Wired
video, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
that
first door.
I can make it wireless, but what?
You've got
what door?
You can make it wireless.
My camera, yeah, it's just my phone. I have it wired, but
okay.
I can
Take it. All right, make it wireless. Make it wireless. Give us a POV view. Give us a tour of your room because you got the double door closet. I couldn't hear what you said about that second door you opened.
I don't need a tour of the parents' room, by the way. Been there enough times, but the rest of the house I would like to see one day.
We're not gonna be able to hear me if I go.
I hear you, but the screen's black.
I know what I'm saying. Like if my microphone is not wireless, so
Oh, you gotta. Oh shoot, that's true.
You know, maybe this.
You have to say what it is that you're gonna show us, and then your stream is still black. I don't know if your phone.
I don't know why it's not
up.
connecting over Wi-Fi. It should connect over Wi-Fi, but it doesn't want to.
Shitty Wi-Fi, but he's got a rich ass closet.
Man's got a double door to his walk-in closet next to his 27-inch curved screen for his computer.
Why am I the broke one? Life isn't fair.
Man's rich.
I bet he also has femboys lining up out at his store.
Dude, Non-Fon's probably got femboys lining up outside of his house right now, and his parents are like, bruh, get these femboys out of here. And he's like, nah. That's it.
I do need a sugar mommy.
I had a sugar mommy for the first few years.
I wish I could respond to chat. I still can't log into my Twitch account. I don't remember my name.
There we go. I figured it out. I'm stupid. Okay. All right. This is the setup we got here.
Okay, so you got a mechanical keyboard. Yep.
I like
he's
the
got
Hello
a
Kitty.
giant. Jesus Christ, it's a better system than me, and I'm older than you, and I got more money. Anyway,
I mean, there's not. My PC itself doesn't have that. It has like a 3060 and like a Ryzen 7.
Yes, I've got a 3060 as well.
Yeah.
Hey, can you show us the Goon Cave, sir?
That is the Goon
What do you mean?
Cave.
This is where I goon.
Oh,
He can
you don't have a
fit, like,
dedicated
4
Goon
different
Cave?
He
No,
can
I
fit
don't
like
have
4
a-
Gooner things on there right now.
Exactly.
All right, so obviously to the left you got the double door closet, the walk-in closet, where you have like 3 ladies in waiting.
Yeah, obviously.
And then you have that second door. I didn't hear what you said when you went to open it. You said something
It's just
basement.
a
I don't know.
basement storage area. Yeah.
Okay, so there's the walk-in closet, absolutely massive. He puts all of his clothes on hangers because he's not a plebe and folds them into a dresser. He's got a... Oh my gosh, look at that. That's... Oh my god, that's huge!
Oh, wow.
What the fuck? There's a sink in there.
Wait, there's a sink?
Breaker. He's got a breaker in his room.
Give us the book tour. Book tour.
He's got new Keynesian. Oh, that's right. He's a fucking Keynesian. He's a cringe Keynesian. He's got the breaker. He can turn off his parents' electricity when they fuck him up. When they tick him off, he turns off their power. Crazy. He's got a shoe sizer. He's got a foot sizer. And the Fed by Ron Paul. He's got a foot sizer down on the bottom there.
Oh. Okay, that was a close
Sam
call.
Harris. Oh, Sam Harris. That's pretty cringe. Sorry, man. That's pretty cringe.
Sam Harris is going.
No, that's a camera.
He
Never
yelled
mind.
that.
That's a camera and something that's attached to the camera.
What's in the drawers? What's in the drawers?
A bunch
What's
of
in the
Playboy.
box?
It's a bunch of Playboy. Don't ask him.
If it's not Playboy, I'm gonna be pissed.
There's like Wii remotes in some of them.
He's got some unfolded clothes. You know.
Yeah.
A bunch of cords. One stick of deodorant. Okay. You know he's cleanly. Cleanliness is close to godliness. That's what they say.
I don't know what else.
Why is there just a Wii remote?
There's the other. There's the other
my
door.
Wii remote.
There's the other door.
There's my couch with Joe Biden on it. This is my bed, and then this is if people stay over, they'll sleep in this bed.
Why do you have a couch? Like I don't think I've ever seen someone with a couch.
He's rich. He's rich as fuck, dude.
So I can.
I feel like I would have one bed, and it would be the one on the floor.
Honestly, I would.
Wait.
I would have.
Do you have a
this
window
bed
in your?
on the
Do you have
floor
a
if I
window in your room?
Yeah. So I have this window. And then this is the door.
Okay, so one window pointing out. It's dark. It's fine. I don't need to. I'm not gonna complain about. Oh, I can't see anything because it's fucking midnight later. Okay, and then there's
Why
the last
can't we
door.
see anything?
There's that last door. Open that last door. Let us see the. Oh my God, there he goes. I can't. You know what? I can see some. I saw visual things. That's all that matters to me.
I
see
forget
things.
that he's probably all alone with like his parents sleeping. Like he's talking about like economics.
Go. Let us see your parents. Go into your parents' room. Shine a light on your parents' faces. Let me see them.
No, I already know his mom. I haven't met his dad yet.
I don't think I'm gonna do that one.
Ah, damn it.
No dad fond reveal.
No dad fond, no mom fond.
I think he's been.
Yeah, so where's the mom fond reveal?
I think my mom is.
She's
maybe been
revealed
on,
herself enough already.
You might have been able to hear her on stream once. That's a sick monitor. You and the Fed. I have not read the End the Fed book and the Fed
Why
book.
not?
Nor did I even buy it. I think my parents bought it, and I stole it.
They're like, you know what this kid needs? He's been reading too much Keynesian. We need to give him some Ron Paul.
We need to give him some stuff that hates Keynesian shitter economics.
I don't know. I got my Charles Goodhart downloaded. My based Fed Defender.
He's an absolute scrub.
Look at
he's
this, the
been sucked
evolution
into the
of central
scrubbiness.
banks.
Literally Hitler. Oh my goodness.
So this Grand Designs and Joiners
Our
coming in
central
here
banks.
talking shit about vegans. He's got to be cringe.
I like him. He says I have a sugar mommy.
No, he's telling you how to find one.
No, he told me I had one.
Game Boy needs
said I
sugar mommy.
left-
Game Boy left the V name at his sugar mommy searching event. No, you're looking for one. You never found one.
Wait, no, I'm looking for one. No, that's not cool. I definitely have a sugar mommy.
No, he's saying you're looking for one because.
No, I have one. I have one. You know?
Oh, he's got alcohol galore. Look at that. Man's fucking plastered
That's
out his
probably
mind.
Red Bull.
Alcohol.
Yeah,
it's
that's
always
probably
just
Red
caffeine. I need caffeine.
He's drinking V8 energy. He wants the tomato juice.
Oh, V8.
And
energy?
he adds the Mio to his tomato juice.
It's not tomato.
He loves
juice,
the
it's like
flavor.
juice. Look, strawberry.
When he eats his chili, if he can't eat chili broth by chewing it, he doesn't like it. Strawberry banana based.
Look, I got my keys for my sick 2012 Acura TSX.
When are you gonna buy your Nissan Leaf, dude? We talked about it.
Buy my Nissan. We were gonna trade in the Nissan Leaf, but it's actually
that's
it's
right.
worth
That's right.
it's worth like nothing. It's worth like $2,000 or something. So it's
$2,000. When he says $2,000 is nothing, you know he's wealthy beyond wealth.
Well, I mean, it's not. Well, it's my parents, but in the context
Grand
of
Design.
buying
Grand
a
Design
car,
just said
that's
I'm
not-
allergic to alcohol as I'm drinking alcohol. How rude.
Eventually, I'll go on my justifying central bank's arc. Eventually.
We need Grand Designs to pop into voice so he can talk about his cringe takes on veganism. But he probably wouldn't do that. All right, let's have a vote. There's the three of us here in voice chat. Veganism's based. Yes or no? I'm going to say yes.
No.
Non-font, come
What
on,
is
man.
non-font? It's
Wait,
always
hold on.
non.
What am I was reading. What am I supposed to be voting for?
I was saying, is veganism based? Yes or no?
I would say yeah. I think so.
Oh, let's fucking go veganism based.
Veganism's
Sorry,
only
Game
based when you
Boy.
want to starve yourself.
Veganism is based when you like tasty
I mean,
food.
First of all, most Americans should starve themselves. So.
Yeah, that's true.
What?
Yep, I
What
worked.
Jimmy Carter level economic
No,
plan is
I've worked. I worked at a family clinic for a year as a nurse, and you see a lot of very large individuals who could probably cut 1,000 calories a week for a year or two, and they would be
Yeah, we
fine
need more Catholics.
True.
for a year, not 40 days.
Yeah, you're probably right.
They're very large individuals, and their cholesterol is
Hey, don't attack
record-breaking high.
cholesterol. I'm starving.
You know, it's fine if you have a heart attack at 40. It happens. It hasn't happened. It didn't happen 100 plus years ago, but it happens
Nah, but it's kind
nowadays.
of I mean,
That's right. I joined originally hoping Nonfon would pull me up into his channel, but he popped into ours. I was going to ask him about tariffs.
Yeah, I didn't really want to drag both of you guys in, but that's a lot of work.
I was
a lot of buttons.
I was
to
gonna
hit.
let's get a well.
You
We
can
can
ask
we
me
can
about.
either do the vegan chat, the surface level vegan chat, because there's some chatters I'm seeing are interested, or we could I could play a devil's advocate just to get your opinion on stuff, because obviously I'm not pro-Trump by any means, but I'd be interested in hearing what you say about it. So let's leave it up.
I gotta go. I gotta go relatively soon, but I mean, if you want a devil's advocate, you can. I'm curious what even the devil's advocate position is gonna be.
I presume you're against them.
Yeah.
What would what's your main rationale why you're against them? Just your main one point why you're against them.
Trade is generally beneficial, and tariffs act as taxes on trade, and therefore reduce the amount of trade that happens.
almost like he's Keynesian or something.
Almost like he's can't now. What do you think about other countries imposing tariffs on us? What should we do in response?
I think so. The first thing I'll say is Trump's reciprocal tariff plan specifically is not at all based on that. It's simply based on the trade deficit divided by imports. Secondly, I'll mention that, like, for the most part, other countries tariff us at like relatively low levels. Like most advanced economies tariff us at like 2-ish%, 2 to 3%, like within the single digits. There are some developing economies like India, which tariff us at like 18% maybe. But it's still, somewhat low, and like the countries that tariff us a lot aren't usually major trading partners. But I am generally in support of trying to negotiate with them to get tariffs down. So like one thing I do want, and we've done this historically, is reciprocal tariff cuts, where we say if you drop our tariffs on us, we'll drop whatever tariffs we have on you. I don't think the right way to go about it is placing a 10% blanket tariff on everyone and like doing this bullshit calculation to get reciprocal tariffs done, especially because it just seems like the rhetoric coming from Trump is that he just doesn't like trade in general. So like, why would I trust him to negotiate for free trade when it doesn't seem like he likes free trade?
What do you think? Let's say, for the devil's advocate position, because obviously I'm not Trump. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He put out this blanket tariff across all countries, and suddenly, excluding China, obviously, because that's the biggest enemy, quote unquote, but I don't like viewing people as enemies. I think I'm in agreement that I think people should have free trade regardless of what country you're from. But in the case for America, American thought process is that China is an enemy in economic warfare. Trump's blanket tariffs across multiple different countries, including China, have made those countries then reach out to us for deliberation. And then recently, I don't know, however many hours ago, Trump said, okay, we'll put a 90-day cease on tariffs because we've had, what was it, 70-something countries reach out to us to negotiate. Yeah. What's your opinion on that? Like, do you I mean, to start, do you think was that Trump's plan, do you think? And if it was Trump's plan, do you think it was an effective way for like a shock value, let's shake up the system and drop tariffs across the board as best we can? And then was that the best way to do it? If not, what would be a better way?
So honestly, it's hard for me to even know what Trump's intentions are because he kind of says a lot of like contradictory, insane shit. So like when he comes out like every day and says insanely inaccurate stuff about the trade deficit, like at some point, like I'm going to be like, this guy probably just doesn't understand what the trade deficit means. If he constantly says we're being ripped off by these countries and like we need to bring manufacturing back, well, he probably just doesn't like free trade. He probably actually thinks tariffs are going to like raise revenue and bring manufacturing back, not that we're going to have them in place for a week while we negotiate with these countries. But I mean, I do think like most countries would be open for negotiation without this like insane tariff threat that creates a ton of uncertainty in the market that reduces, and we know uncertainty reduces business investment. We know tariffs, like when they are in place, just generally have negative effects on employment and output, on productivity. But again, like Trump pulled out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think he just doesn't like free trade. I think he just likes tariffs. That's why he constantly raves about them. That's why, like, if you look at what his advisor said during his first term, there were people like giving him data, saying, "Look, people are voluntarily leaving manufacturing jobs," and Trump would be like, "What? That's crazy." And when he was asked why does he have these views, like he would just say, "I just have always had them," and it's like, yeah, like he probably just doesn't like free trade. There are plenty of other ways to try to negotiate with countries. Most of these countries would probably voluntarily respond to just fucking emailing them. Like, it's not like that hasn't happened before. And again, offer them an incentive. Say, we'll drop tariffs on you if you drop tariffs on us, because we do have tariffs on a lot of other countries. We have sugar tariffs. We have tariffs on other agricultural products. Like, just do that.
Say, hypothetically, this is where the devil's advocate thing comes in, because obviously I agree with you. I have no idea what his plan is. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, because I'm some plebeian of the society that he is the president of. Hypothetically, in the future, let's go a year or two in the future, some arbitrary amount of time. Let's say he does all this weird tariff stuff where he like threats tariffs, stops them for 90 days, negotiates, starts them again. Whatever happens, because I don't know what's going to happen. I've got no clue. Hypothetically, he does this weird tariff thing back and forth, and suddenly at the end of his term in 4 years, every country, excluding China, just because whatever, or yeah, we'll just say excluding China because that's going to be the biggest hump. What would you say if all of these other countries, excluding China, drop all of their tariffs down to either nothing or minimal value compared to what they are now?
I mean,
based on what Trump has done, do you think that was an art of the deal move, or do you think he was just flailing wildly and it just so happened to work out?
If literally it happened to every country, I would probably put more weight on it being like art of the deal, because I don't think you could negotiate with every country and just get lucky that many times or whatever. I mean, I would obviously be shocked if that happened, and don't know if I would view that as a net benefit, because I think then you could actually make the argument that the MAGA people do, where it's like short-term pain for long-term gain. And like, I don't usually buy into that because I don't think there's long-term gain from having these tariffs in place. Even if you build out domestic industries, like you're just artificially protecting, inefficient domestic industries for not any major benefit, unless it's national security. Maybe you can make that argument sometimes. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't think the man likes free trade. I mean, it's kind of dumb to assume that he's doing it just to get to free trade. And I will also mention, Donald Trump constantly calls VATs trade distortions. And it's like, well, if he's going into these negotiations expecting these countries to lower their VATs, a lot of countries probably are not really willing to do that. And they probably shouldn't be willing to do that, considering a VAT is trade neutral. Like, yeah, I don't know. But maybe I'll grant that I could conceive of a world where maybe it is a net benefit that Trump did all this just to get to zero tariffs everywhere, a perfect globalist, other than China and maybe North Korea and whatever, a globalist society. Maybe that'd be a net benefit, but
society, due to the fact that in America or American society, what do you think would happen to American society due to the fact that the majority of the Americans that have voted for Trump are in general against the idea of a globalist society, when his plan is to reduce tariffs across the board, excluding these niche countries possibly, and then all of a sudden you have a globalist economy? Do you think the Republican Party will just fall apart because of what he did?
I mean, there's always going to be people out there who support Trump. There's going to be people like, I don't know, Benny Johnson, who's like on Twitter, like when there was a stock market crash under Kamala Harris, saying, Kamala Harris, if people are losing their 401ks now, Kamala Harris needs to fix this now. Versus like when a bigger stock market crash under Trump happens, he's like, oh, losing money means nothing. It's like, there are always going to be people like that who basically will follow or Trump off a cliff. I don't think getting to this perfectly globalized economy, because, countries have relatively low tariff rates in the U.S. anyway. Like, I don't think it'd be, I don't know how much Americans would like truly really be upset about that, especially because it seems like tariffs are relatively unpopular even within the Republican Party. Like, it seems like, I don't know, if you poll people, like, it seems like most people understand that tariffs are going to raise prices and are just not particularly efficient way of raising revenue or anything. So I don't think the Republican Party would fall apart. I think it's actually, I mean, we're seeing now, like, we know if the Senate had to vote in like an anonymous vote about these tariffs, it would be like 95 against and 5-4. But because of all the, politics surrounding the ability, basically declaring that like there's not an economic emergency or whatever, or voting to repeal the authority that Congress granted to president when it comes to tariffs, like, because Trump knows who votes what on every issue, and they're scared to look like they're going against Trump, like they're unwilling to do so. And I think that kind of shows even selfish, power-seeking people in Congress are willing to kind of support Trump, and I don't see a reason why American voters wouldn't also support Trump, even if he got us to the globalized society.
Obviously, if Trump pushes for some metric, he is going to try to shift society to accept what he's doing.
Yeah.
And there's enough of a fanatical base that would try to push that same objective, even if they literally gain nothing from doing it, but they just do it because they think it's the right thing to do, I suppose.
Trump won saying how he would do this exact tariff scenario. Jeez, I can't fucking read. Trump won saying he would do this exact tariff scenario. Not sure how you can say tariffs are unpopular when he won the popular vote. One, I don't know. Like, if you look at like the Google trends for Trump tariffs, it seems like they spiked after the election. I don't know how many people honestly expected him to go this far on tariffs. I think a lot of Americans were just upset about inflation and voted for Donald Trump because they thought he would bring inflation down. The same way I think a lot of people were just upset during COVID and voted for Biden because they didn't like the COVID shit that was happening. I feel like to a large extent elections are just like up or down votes on how well things are going. Like, but like let's just look up like tariff polls, and I think my understanding, a lot of people just don't like tariffs. Even Republicans, 73% of Americans expect prices to surge under Trump's tariffs.
And like you
Republicans,
said, it's short-term pain, long-term gain, right?
Right. Your microphone was like super robot. This is
I'm away from my computer for a second.
Oh yeah. This is 73% of Republican support, 24% of Republicans oppose. With all adults, 57% oppose. 57% of independents oppose. Democrats, obviously, 88% oppose. Do you think Trump wants to use tariffs to force EU to drop food quality regulations, for example, because he calls this unfair? I don't know. It's hard to know because, like, I don't know if he honestly thinks that or if he just doesn't like trade deficits and, like, wanted a, basically excuse to use tariffs to reduce the trade deficit, and he came up with, like, an excuse by saying, hey, these other countries are being unfair to us, and an example of them being unfair is overly tight food regulations or whatever. It's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that is just an excuse he found so he could do these tariffs, or if he honestly believes that. I don't know. It's hard to know because he's insane.
Oh, Trump. Do you think he's going to be successful for his third-term election? Or third-term run, I should say?
No. I mean, no, I don't think so. It wouldn't, I don't know. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me if he, like, was pushing, JD Vance maybe to, like, accept some deal. But I don't know. I think Trump would want that, but I don't really think he would get it. I don't think it'd be successful.
I guess we'll see what happens in 3.25 years or 3 3/4 years. Only the future will tell what will happen as a change of society. To be fair, America came from the monarchy of England to say that, now we have a president and Senate, Congress, yada, yada, yada. And that's been going on for a few hundred years. Who knows if at some point in the future they decide, let's change it. So now there's more privileges granted to authority. And then the reign of authority changes as well.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're not in some end game. All right, this is the final ideal. This is what's going to happen. It's 4 years for a term of presidency. You can only have 2 terms, and then it's done. It's going to change at some point in the future.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's kind of, I don't even know where I stand on, like, term limits. It makes sense to, like, criticize Trump for kind of being insane and suggesting that he could get a third term when it's definitely not in his spirit of the Constitution, at least, to do that. But, like, I don't know. It is kind of, as much as I am a resist lib, okay? It is kind of funny to, like,
resist lib.
Yeah, it is kind of stupid to watch, like, liberals absolutely freak the fuck out about the third term thing when it's like, are term limits, like, really that? Like, plenty of places don't have term limits, and it's like, they're still democracies. They're still fine. Now, obviously, I think Trump is separately, like, insane and the least qualified person to get a third term, but
take it the monarchy, and then the world will crumble.
Imagine he does a third term with Vance, and then Vance doesn't pass the presidency to him. That'd be the funniest scenario if he, if JD Vance refuses to give up the presidency. Dude, I mean, if I was JD Vance in that scenario, I'd at least get a fucking day. I'd at least be like, nah, bitch, I get 24 hours as president. Like, yeah, give me.
I would say more than 24 hours. What? I'd be like, bro, give me. I'm gonna be here for a while. I'll let you know when I'm done, and then you can take over. Once I get bored, or once it gets too stressful. Then I'll give it to you.
Once I have to make a hard decision, I'll just.
I'm stepping out. Trump's taking over.
Yeah, that'd be what I would do actually. Yeah.
You know, it's almost time for a vegan discussion, but it's so late at this point.
It is late.
Non-fun knows all about that.
A little, yeah. Like I said, I was promoting the shrimp welfare thing because in the streamer group chat, some guy posted a picture of his like pasta with shrimp in it, and I sent the link to the shrimp welfare thing, and I was like, you better offset the negative utility that those shrimp had to go through.
Gotta cook them somehow. Just little messages here and there.
Yeah.
I'm hoping TV comes back, because then we can get that. You know, if TV doesn't come back, you got to take over, man. That's what we were saying a little while ago. You got to do the debate, the non-font debate deathmatch. Literally just pirate his name. Like, what's he gonna do? He's fighting Ukrainians right now.
I mean, it's not like. I mean, I don't want to say I kind of took him over, but like it's like a lot of my viewers are from the boss. Like all these, like a lot of Twitch viewers are like former the boss viewers. Like, and I mean they watch me too, even when the bots were still streaming. But like, I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
it's the smaller community of Twitch poll. I think you'd definitely be able to take over, and it would just be a matter of trying to remember like what he had set up, and then going off of that. And I'm sure you'd be perfectly successful because the thought behind everything was already done.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of implementing it.
I mean, I have like no offense to the boss or anything. Like I'm invited to WIC panels now, and I'm invited to Gibbs panels, and I'm you know, I mean, I guess he was on the hippy dippy recruitment thing with me, but I got on the real hippy dippy because I'm awesome. Oh, NTT named the trait. Oh, you're talking. Okay. I thought he was referring to new trait theory, but
no. What's funny is with NTT is when I first went vegan years ago, I was discussing with my friends with veganism because I was like, I went vegan because this reason. Let me talk with you guys who I know, and I essentially evolved to name that trait just talking to them.
Yeah.
And then once I learned that NTT was a thing before me, I'm like, God damn it. It's you always hate it. You think of something you think is new. You're proud of yourself. And it's like, nah, this guy already thought of it, you stupid bitch. And it's like, God damn it.
Destroy.
So I never really think of it as name of the trait. I also don't like name that trait in the sense that the originators of it, I can't remember his name right now.
Avi. Is Avi or Ask Yourself one of those two? I think.
Ask Yourself. Yeah, Ask Yourself. They're super debate bro, which I think is dumb in the general discussion. Like if you talk with a random person off the street,
yeah,
you don't need to go hardcore name that trait. You can literally just talk to them, and you're gonna be fine. But they had to formalize it, give it a name, and they had to associate themselves with it. And I don't like some of their takes that they have, and so I shy myself from saying that. Yeah, that's what I'm at. I argue in a similar vein, but I came up with that argument individually. So I'm gonna sit with that in my mind whenever I talk about it.
Well, I ain't gonna burn any bridges, but I will say Avi never accepted my friend request in Discord, so.
God damn it, Avi! What a bitch. I had let me hang on. I had one. Hang on. Let me find them. I gotta scroll. I got so many friends. Shoot, it's just Nick. Hang on. The herbivore, not the herbivore. Vegan debate. Herbivore, blah, 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 blah. No, I can't remember his YouTube name. He probably has 1,000+ subscribers, not huge. But
I have
coincidentally,
1,000+ subscribers.
yeah, look at that. But you're not vegan.
I'm vegan
Yet.
philosophically.
Well, you need to be vegan actively, and then I'll take it. But this guy, apparently, coincidentally, a person I know in real life played video games with him. It's like, oh yeah, you can reach out to him. It's like, oh hell yeah, I know this guy. Because he debated with, God, the one girl. Why can't I remember anybody's name? I'm so dumb right now. It was him and a girl debating two other like farmers. And this is like 4 years ago, maybe. I remember watching it, and I can't remember literally any other aspect besides that. So that's pretty cringe on my part. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Damn.
Hang on, I gotta figure out this guy's name. You can keep talking with chat. I'm gonna keep trying to figure out this dude's name.
I don't know. My chat's not saying anything, but I do.
They're talking about TB. I think was the most recent discussion.
It is crazy. As my friends list has expanded to people I never thought it would expand to. It's wild because it's dude. Even if you told me Conboy better not fucking be here right now because fuck that guy. But if you told me, like even when I started streaming, just like I think technically it's been like over a year by now. They're like, I don't know, fucking Conboy would just like pop into my stream sometimes and like chat or like pop into VC and have like chats. I'd be fucking. That'd be crazy to me. That'd be crazy. It's like now all these people are on my friends list. It's wild. I got who else do I have?
Vegan gays. There we go. Nutrivore and vegan gays.
Vegan gays?
GZE as in you're looking at something.
Oh,
gays.
okay.
Not as in homosexual. That's vegan gays and Nutrivore that debated Garland Farms and somebody else. Some presuppositionalist, I remember that. I don't know if you know that term, presuppositionalism. But it was a 2-versus-2 debate on that debate deathmatch. Not debate deathmatch, but a larger debate Twitch poll streamer.
Yeah.
Like the dude who's got is like going to school for psychology and like that's his side project, whatever it's called. Yeah, it looks like Nutrivore like deleted his channel or something. Nutrivore, I swear it's Nutrivore, but he's not. He doesn't have a channel anymore. I wonder if he deleted it for some reason. Now there's this Dr. Sarah Ballantyne. That's the person that's every single video if you search Nutrivore. Oh man. Another vegan YouTuber has disappeared.
Damn.
Yeah, Chicken, none of us know why the boss stopped. He probably was drafted into the Ukrainian front, and that's why we're telling Nonfon to take over the debate deathmatch, since there was a lot of overlap between the viewers of the two channels. Nonfon's going to take over.
I have been planning on starting my own thing, but I just don't know what exactly.
I mean, you can take his format. You just say his most recent iteration, I think, was the best. He can't be drafted as a non-citizen, says the person who doesn't realize that Russia can go ahead and do whatever the fuck they want with their own people, regardless if they're citizens or not. They like, do they really care if they're a citizen if they can force them to fight for them? But I think if you took his last iteration of the debate deathmatch, you could probably be plenty successful. Where it's
I definitely.
an
I
open
want
forum.
I want to panel show too, at least. But I don't know, I don't know how exactly I want to format it, because I do want I do want like more than 1v1s, but I want to host 1v1s. I might copy what Gibbs has done, because Gibbs has his 1v1 show as well, but also a panel show that I'm on weekly. But I'm trying to think. I don't know. I need a name, and then I need to know. It might be better even to like frame it as like a podcast, because I think YouTube might grant preferential treatment to those even, but I don't know. What do you see?
You could still do a panel, and just if you hypothetically going off of the same system that TB had, where it's like, oh, you get X amount of points if you win, or whatever, based on whatever the system was at the time. I'd have to go watch the last debate video to see how he broke points down, and then you just split it amongst the team of that panel. You could essentially do the same thing he was doing.
Yeah.
And then you could just have it kind of that open topic, because that's what he designed at the end, was like, oh, we don't need to have specific things where people like, you got to have two people come up with a certain topic, and then they talk about that. You literally have somebody say, hey, anybody want to debate this topic? Yeah. And then if anybody's interested, then they can go ahead and challenge them, and that's it. TB system was kind of stupid in the sense that it was based off of 3 judges, although he was using the 3-judge system because UFC fighting was on 3 judges, so that there would always be 1 winner, 1 loser. It's 2-to-1. You can't have a draw with 3.
Yeah.
I think I liked when he included viewer input in the terms of who won. Like, he could put a poll out, like, who do you guys all think won? I did think what was kind of stupid, what was the random trivia. Who was the first
I didn't
woman
like that.
who flew
Yeah, that
around
was
the
fucking
planet?
stupid.
You get 1 point. That was stupid.
Shit was dumb. That shit was fucking dumb. That shit was
Totally unnecessary. The judges were biased. That's true, Chicken. The only issue
you're not gonna
being,
get totally unbiased judges ever, but
yeah, what he tried to do, which to his credit, he tried to find a judge that was pro one side, find a judge that was pro the other side, and find a judge that was neutral between them, because it was very hard. I remember it because I tried to help him a bunch. It was very hard to find 3 neutral people at all.
Yeah.
And so what he found was a lot easier, in the sense that he needed to put on a show for his viewers. Find somebody who agreed with communism. Find someone who agreed with capitalism, because that's easy as shit to do. You can. Right. He had 20 viewers. He's got a line of people for both sides. Finding the one neutral person was super hard, and he would be able to eventually find it, but then multiply that by 3. Instead of having the pro-communist, pro-capitalist, find 3 neutral people. He already had enough trouble finding 1 neutral person, let alone 3, and then having that set on a set schedule with the 2 debaters and the 3 neutral judges and him to then stream all that stuff. It was super hard, so he was kind of pigeonholed to accept biased judges. And so his middling ground was, okay, if this guy is capitalist, he gets a capitalist judge. This guy's communist, he gets a communist judge. And the best we can do is 1 impartial judge, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And well, yeah, but
hold on,
Chicken,
wait.
what's the alternative?
Well, I'll keep working on it, but it's 4 a.m. here, so I gotta head out at some point. Yep, gotta go to bed at some point.
All right, non-fawn, you got to keep that in mind. How are you going to start the non-fawn debate deathmatch?
What do you mean?
What you got to do?
I don't know. I'm gonna.
You have to work hard.
I have to come up with an intro, come up with a tagline. But
a lot of work. You got to find Zen. Do you remember Zen, the extremist Muslim dude?
Oh, yep.
You got to add him. You got to bring him in there.
I mean, I got Minar. Do you know Minar?
Wait, you talked to Minar?
Minar, yeah, of course I've talked to Minar.
When's the last time you talked to him?
Maybe a week ago.
Does he stream?
Occasionally, yeah.
That's wild to me. I remember. You got to go to bed. The last time I remember, I popped into Manar's stream. I didn't say anything in chat, and Manar was talking to Zen because he thought it was just the two of them. They were in voice chat, and they were hardcore conspiracy talking. The whole world is out to get Muslims and try to persecute them, imprison them, silence them, kill them, yada yada yada. And I was just like sitting there in silence, listening to the talk, because Zen obviously is out there saying, you know, it's totally okay for a man to do whatever he wants to a woman because that's what Allah said, yada yada yada. It's absolutely crazy.
Obviously, my greatest accomplishment
Manar.
is passing Manar in subscribers. Okay,
that's, you know, I'd take that as a win. He's got 1,000 subscribers. That is impressive.
Dude,
I remember
he has a insanely popular video. It's just stolen. Like, he just re-uploaded a video, and it has 300,000 views. Like, his two most popular videos are just straight up stolen. And his third most popular video is Dr. Disrespect is Innocent. But his two most popular videos are just straight up stolen. Like,
I remember I was talking to Zen about morality, because obviously Muslims are all about objective morality because they believe in a God that creates an objective morality. And so he brought me into Manar, because Manar apparently is way smarter than Zen in a subjective viewpoint between the two. And so Manar would be like, okay, well, how do you explain this morality? I'm like, that's not the question you ask me. I'm asking you why blah, blah, blah. Like, you're the one claiming X. I don't need to prove not X. And they just could not understand that. I remember I talked to them for like 3 hours on a stream, and it was just talking to a brick wall. But it's so funny thinking about it in retrospect. And I think it would be fun to try to get them back into talking more again.
Yeah.
Especially Manar, since he's so bold about all of his claims.
Bold is a way to put it. And by the way, Chatter, you are right. I'm at 299 followers on Twitch. So if someone wants to hit that follow button on Twitch, that'd be fucking goated. Manar probably believes Teapot is orbiting the sun. Dude, Manar, if you said fucking Russell's Teapot to Manar, I think you might freak out. Manar doesn't, or maybe he's heard it by now because he does so many like low tier like politics, Discord server, religion, and shit debates, but Menard's
That's exactly how I describe it. It's low tier. I remember when I was talking to him and Zen, because it was 2v1, which is fine.
Yeah.
I knew they were trying to pigeonhole me into their specific talking points, and they just refused to engage me if I went beyond it because they don't know how to address it.
Yep.
They would try to. They'd be like, "Oh, his response wasn't what I was expecting. Let me try to rephrase the question to bring him back to what I know how to respond to." Like they aren't able to think outside the box. But that's what I find endearing, although it's really scary that people like them actually exist. But, you know, what can you do? There's nearly 8 billion people on the planet, and that's 2 of them. It was fun nonetheless. I think if you got Manar and or Zen onto your show, like if we were to do a non-fun,
I mean, people. I don't want to subject people to Manar. Like, I don't want to reach out to my like Twitch politics friends and be like, "Hey, you're talking to Manar. You're talking to this insane fucking lunatic."
If you put a time limit, if you said, "Okay, we're starting at 8, we're gonna end at 9:30 on next Friday," and you reach out to all your Twitch poll friends, and you're like, "Bruh, I'm going to talk to the most unhinged person I know for an hour and a half." That's what we're limited to. There's no way they wouldn't be like, "All right, sign me up. I'm going for that." If you put a time limit on it so that it's not just some ongoing, this dude's just talking over you the whole time for 5 hours, they'd sign up.
Okay,
but yeah, it's 4 o'clock for you.
Yeah, it's. Alcia, appreciate you stopping by again. Yep. Good talk. But
All right, my homie.
go.
I'll catch you on
See
the
ya.
flippy floppy.
Yep.
Peace.
All right, people. I love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. All that jazz. I gotta go places now. A bit of it. I mean, 4 hours kind of longer than I was expecting to stream, but I started streaming late just because I was editing. So head over to, I guess I'll give it to Gibbs. You're going to Gibbs over on Twitch and on YouTube. You guys will never guess where you're going to YouTube. I think you're going to Tom Foolery again because he's the only person that streams on YouTube that is ever streams this late. So, I need to find more YouTube streamers because right now, like, it shows me like Al Jazeera Live, the United Nations, and Tom Foolery. Like, those are who I'm subscribed to. So, yeah, head over to Tom Foolery again. Appreciate you guys. Love stream. Love you guys watching stream. See you guys. Yeah, no, for sure tomorrow. For sure tomorrow. I'll be streaming. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Really cool. You guys watching stream. Really cool. We recognize other people's chats when I go on their stream and everything. That's pretty cool. So yeah, I'll see you guys. Love you guys. Love you guys. Very cool.